Oh, yeah, that was... Oh, can you... Oh. Yeah, auto host happens... idle? Oh, what's going on? Like, I have to yell. Hear me? So, let's... I'm just try to mess with this for a second. Now, I have to talk loud, this loud for I'll just have like a sore throat, but how is my music to voice? How's my music to voice? Half of what I... Alright. Play with the noise gate again. Alright, so now my mic is picking up room noise, but I can talk real low. So that was just a little too much. Let's... Now you can't hear me at all? Oh, you can hear me now. But you could probably also hear, like, background noise, right? Like room buzzing and stuff like that. The only background noise you're hearing is the music? So when I talk, you're not hearing like junky buzzing or anything? Okay. I mean, if you think it sounds good, I will trust your judgment. It's just my waveform is now looking constant, which is telling me that it is picking up on background noise. Something's going on. It must have been like a weird update, like changed my settings, because I didn't do anything in my settings. How about now? Am I getting cut off? I am getting cut off. Try this. Alright, I have to talk about... Oh, Mac! Hey, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. So, what I'm doing right now, I'm just tweaking some settings with my microphone. I just had a little bit of a weird glitch. Yeah, I know. It's awesome, Miguel. Thank you. So, if I talk below a certain volume, it just cuts out my voice. It's almost good, but I just need to like fine tune it. I want you to hear the background. I don't want you to hear the background noise. Boom. I want you to be able to hear me. So, you know, just a little bit of like fine tuning. Better. Better, can you? Almost debating just turning. Sorry guys, just bear with me for 1 minute while I just... little technical. I don't really... on, because I didn't change anything in my settings. Now my microphone is acting... Okay. One, two, type one. Or let's try this on default. Actually, I think this might be good. I'm gonna whisper, and if you can still hear me whisper, but not hear background noise in the room, that means I've got it. I think I've got it. The waveform looks good anyway, but I can't hear what you're hearing. So tell me if this is any better right now, because I'm talking at a very low volume, and it's still showing my waveform go with my voice, so I think that means I've got it at a good mix. Sounds good now? Good thing I started 10 minutes early. It only took me 20 minutes to get that sorted. Alright guys, so... this is what we're gonna do today in Photoshop. I am going to color these pages of Tracy Queen. Pages 15 and 16. I'm gonna start with page 15. So this is what I drew on Tuesday night's stream. And now today I'm gonna be doing the coloring. And so I have a flatter who did all the flat separations for me. That just, you know, saves me a ton of time. J Squared was going to take over because normally, so what happens is Tuesday night I finish the work and I immediately scan it and convert it to inks in Photoshop and then send it out to my flatter, who normally gets it back to me the very next morning. Like when I wake up in the morning, both pages are flatted. But yes, J Squared flatter, haha.
All right, sweethearts, what are you waiting for? Breakfast in bed? Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
Points to anyone who knows what movie that's from. So, and that's J Squared's intro. So I am J Squared. Okay, so yeah, Wednesday morning I wake up, my flats aren't there. I'm like, that's strange. Usually Ludwig is really fast about it. Today I wake up, my flats still aren't there. I go to email him at like 10 in the morning, but I'm like, crap, it's like 1 a.m. Friday for him right now. There's no way he's gonna get this email and get back to me. So I'm like, you know, almost panicking. I'm like, man, I gotta do this stream tonight. I need this stuff flatted. I can't spend all day flatting and then spend all night streaming, right? Because my hand will just like die. Yeah, I'm getting old in the hands, you know. So J Squared actually, who has no experience flatting, valiantly offered to try to get these two pages flatted for me. And then he, you know, in trying, which was freaking awesome. I mean, really heroic that J Squared even offered to try. Like, seriously, we need to give him a shout. But anyway, so J Squared tried and was like, man, this is actually like difficult, you know, like it's not easy to get solid flats quickly. And yeah, it's definitely not easy. So anywho, it bombed, right? Right around like 4:30, my original flatter gets back in touch with me and is like, oh man, no, I got them done, you know, Wednesday morning, but my internet has been out, so here they are. And he just handed them to me like half an hour ago. I got these flats, you know, 40 minutes ago, I don't know. But yeah, J Squared, I know you'll get better. You've got that like latch on and dissect kind of brain where you just figure things out, and that's awesome. And for anyone else that's watching right now, on our Discord channel, the Jayel Draco, there is a tech help section, and J Squared has been like 70% of that help. So he's definitely all about like helping people figure things out and figuring things out, which is just phenomenal. So did I spell that wrong? Typo. Alright, I'm gonna try that again, because that didn't work. Okay, so this should be the link to J Squared's... Yeah, there we go. API error. So this is the link to J Squared's channel if you want to go and give him a follow. And yeah. So I've just been like soaking in the help of really awesome people, because I Am the Eggman also like just helped me with my computer installing another fan, which cut down on my noise drastically, which is amazing. It's actually why I'm able to have my noise gate set so low right now without hearing constant background hum, is because with that extra fan, there's now way more circulation through my computer, so my computer's running a lot cooler right now, so my CPU fan isn't in overdrive. What would happen is, like, I didn't have enough airflow, so my CPU fan would just be on like full blast, and it sounds like someone is using a vacuum cleaner in the room, you know? Now that I have this extra fan, it's actually quieter, as weird as that might sound, you know? Like, you'd think, oh, an extra fan, isn't that gonna add noise? But yeah, so I Am the Eggman helped me with my computer fans, and J Squared has helped me with tons of things, and including trying to help me with the flats today, which I did end up getting, so I'm gonna get started on that process. I'll show you, these are the flats that my flatter sent to me. And for those of you who don't know what flats are, I'll explain that. They're basically just separating everything into flat midtones, and they're not the proper midtones, but that's not the point. The point isn't for the flatter to do the work of coloring. The point is just for the flatter to separate everything into shapes. And with those shapes, I can now make a clean selection and change whatever, you know, put on whatever shading and whatever color I want. So these flats are on a separate layer from my inks. And then I will do my coloring on a layer in between the ink and the flat. So yeah, that's just a little bit of my process, FYI. And I think, you know, it's a pretty standard process for, especially if, you know, if you're doing digital coloring. It's a pretty standard process, so now you know something. Yay! How is everybody doing tonight? Now that I just like chewed all of your ears off. How many ears do you guys have? How do you color the flats? I can show you a little like test, just example in a minute. And then, you know, that'll give you a better idea of exactly what I'm talking about. It's a pretty interesting process. It is a little difficult, but it enables you to do a lot more with the color. Yeah, so you start with the big stuff, and use any color. Okay, J Squared is gonna tell you what you just learned today. You mean initially? Yeah, alright. Yeah, give me 1 second, and I'm just gonna reverse this selection and do what I gotta do real quick. Okay, so, alright, give me 1 second, and I will take you through what I know about the process. Now, I'm not a professional flatter, and that's why I have someone else do it for me. But, for example, so this is my ink layer, right? This is what I scanned. So this is, you know, one layer, and it's set to multiply. So multiply takes the darkness of this layer and adds it to the layer below it, or any layers below it. So my ink layer is set to multiply, right? Now this is just like if you were starting from scratch. So we'll pretend I'm gonna flat this, even though it's already flatted. I have a flat layer, which is just a normal layer that I'm calling flat. So I would say, you know, fill the whole layer with one color to start with, right? And then, usually with a pencil tool, see, I'm just gonna do a quick, like, pretending I'm gonna do the whole thing. Now there's different ways, but this is how I do it. So I use the pencil tool to get a hard edge, and just choose, like, a different color for each shape, or each thing that you want to have the same midtone. So let's say Tracy's arm, for example. So I'm drawing on this flat layer now, and it's behind the ink. I'm not actually drawing on the same layer as the ink. It's behind it, and the ink is multiplying onto it. So I draw the outline of a shape, right? I'm just gonna do this real quick and dirty like. So I'm drawing the outline, cool. Now I have that outline drawn. So I switch to paint bucket tool and flood fill it, right? So then a different color for, say, the hair, and just do the same thing. You know, you just outline that shape. This is how I work. There's plenty of different ways to go about it, but when I was doing my own flatting, this is how I would do it. And it took me a long time. Like, I could now color 2 pages in the amount of time it would take me to color and flat 1 page without using a flatter. So using a flatter has just saved me time. But, I mean, you can definitely do your own flats. It's just an extra process, and for me, saving time was more important. So that's why I'm using a flatter. But, you know, you want to try and be a bit neater than what I'm doing right now. So this is just to, like, give you a real quick and dirty explanation, right? So I'm, like, drawing the outline of these shapes, and you have to make sure to close your outline all the way around. I'll show you why. So say I'm like, oh yeah, cool, I outlined the hair, but now watch, when I turn off the when I turn off the ink layers, see how that's not connected right there? If I were to try and fill this in, watch what happens. It fills in the whole page. That's bogus. Your gate's set too high? Is it cutting off my voice, or are you hearing background noise? I mean, before my noise gate was, like, seriously, destructively not working out right. So how do you draw behind the ink? Yeah, it's all on another layer. So here, this little button down here on the right, that I'm mousing over, you click that, it makes a new layer, right? So you just make a new layer and draw on that behind your inks. So it's like top down, you know, whatever layer is on the top, you know, if there's a layer above you, it means you're behind that layer. So then I just flood fill that. And you can just do that until until everything is in its own color, you know? Right, so imagine me having done that for this whole page. I'm gonna delete this layer because I already have the page flatted. So I'm not actually gonna do that tonight. I'm gonna fast forward. So now I just made a copy of my flat layer to just have the foreground objects all on one layer, right? So these are all my foreground objects, and then you can see all my background objects. No background noise, you're good, don't mess with it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I had it set too high before, for sure. When I first started the stream, and I had to actually restart my stream because of it. It was really bad, but I don't know what happened. I didn't change anything. Just when I started OBS this time, everything was different. Happens sometimes. So yeah, I'm gonna start this process. So I'm keeping, you know, this is the actual flats that I got. I'm keeping them on their own layer, locked. I'm not gonna mess with them. Any coloring that I do is gonna be on its own layer. And the purpose for that is just so that I don't, you know, that I have these original flats to refer back to if I mess anything up or if I paint on the wrong layer on accident. You know, those are things that happen all the time. Now I'm going to give Tracy the right colors. Well, the colors that I use anyway. And what you'll notice is all of the colors that I'm using look very dark. And there's a reason that I do that. I make everything very dark. My midtones are not actually midtones, they're actually shadow colors. And I paint with highlights. So all of my actual, like, shading is leaving in the negative space, which is, and you'll see, I'm gonna get to that process. I'm just explaining a little bit ahead of time so you know why this is looking the way it does, which is a bit garish, I'll admit. Right, so
anybody not wearing 2 million sunblock is gonna have a real bad day. Get it?
Rename card, what's going on? How are you? Yes, I am using a Wacom. This was actually donated to me by Rename Card, who has been my constant savior and tech support for all things Photoshop. Yeah, I definitely owe a lot of gratitude to Rename Card. For sure. Like, for real, for real. That's a beauty, that Wacom. You could eat off that Wacom. It's true. I do sometimes. When I'm not using it to draw, though, because, you know, or paint or whatever. Actually, no, I'll leave that little space in there. We'll see. You guys will see. I'll get this looking like a page in no time. In no time. Blonde Tracy is freaking me out. Thanks for fixing that. Yeah, especially with her skin really dark and her hair really light blonde. That's like a thing. I forgot what that's called, but it's a very specific style, like, that has a name and everything. I remember hearing that term, and I was like, what the heck does that mean? And I looked it up, and I was like, oh, that's like a trend or a movement. I don't know what you'd call it. So then, as I get to some of these more specific shapes, I'm going to have to go back and reference previous pages. Because I want all of the things, you know, that are specific, like, that are supposed to be the right color. Like, the couch color has to be the same every time I illustrate that couch, unless she gets a new one. So in a little bit, I will open up one of my other pages and just use it to reference colors. I think with this kind of work, often, you know, sequential art, something that's easy to overlook but can really make or break it is actually consistency and, you know, continuity. Yeah, just not Tracy. Yeah. You just realized that you're a mod. How do I abuse this power? Oh, wait for it. I definitely think... I don't know why J Squared isn't a mod. J Squared, can you be trusted to be a mod? Are you gonna go silly with dark side powers? I'm trusting you. Don't go silly. You can see, like, you know, my flatter doesn't always know, like, what things I would want separated and what things I don't. That's okay. It's still, you know, the work is done for the most part. The hard parts of the work are done, and as long as I can just go in and clank things around, it's cool. It's totally fine with me. For anyone that wants to get into, you know, if you're flatting your own stuff, sure, you can afford to be a lot more, what do you call it? Particular? But, you know, if you have someone else flatting your stuff, it's like, hey, I mean, as long as the work you have to do to, like, get things exactly how you want is, like, minimal compared to what it would be. It also depends, like, are you paying someone a salary, you know, or are you, like, getting a favor price? If you're getting a favor price, it's, my personal opinion is it's best not to be too nitpicky. Slaps Buns a shiny new sword. Just don't ban me, because if you ban me, I have gin and tonic. Do you have limes? Like a gin and tonic when the ice melts. The power is now diluted. Nope. Incorrect. It's now a mod wall. That's the technical term for what's happening here. And, you know, if anyone was, like, trophy trolling, they would come here and see that mod wall and just be like, oh, F this. I don't know. There's always a chance of trolls. As long as it's never one of you guys, we're good. God, imagine all my mods just decided to troll me. I'd be doomed. I'd also cry. Don't make me cry. That's not cool. Never cool to make Jayel Draco cry, you guys. Seriously. It's a thing. You ought to know by now. Okay, so I think Nicola and Tracy are just about good. So now what I gotta do is open a previous page and just make sure I'm getting the exact colors for other things. And I might add some of them to my little palette doc at the top that I made. So, and also you'll get to see a finished version of page 14. I shouldn't say finished, it still needs lettering. X-Cat Darkness, meow! I think that was a challenge to make you cry. No, no, I am the Eggman. Certainly not. When I make a new layer, I can paint on top of the front layer. So we want to think in layer order, right? So if your ink layer is on the top, and that layer is set to multiply, so like this. I don't know how your Photoshop is set up, because you can set it up differently, but I have my layers dock open, right? This is my layers over here. So you can see when I'm on my ink layer, see how this ink layer is set to multiply. And that means anything below it, it's going to make those lines appear over that. So now you want to do your painting on a layer below your ink layers. If that makes sense. Oh yeah, J Squared and I are saying exactly the same things. Cool. Awesome. Alright, so let me open this. Thought I did, but it's just not. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna try that, BRB. Yes, thank you. Awesome. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, don't worry about it. A lot of people, you know, work while watching streamers. That's like a big thing, is to like be able to work on stuff while someone else is working on stuff. You know, it's kind of part of the community. It's cool. So this is the previous page, right? So you can see that even though this Tracy, her midtones are all dark, she doesn't look as dark as she does here because of all the highlights over her. And that's something we'll get to.
7, the pinkest pink to have ever pinked is among us. Thank you for joining the chat, Pinkilicious. I'm sorry that my text-to-speech algorithm is having such a hard time saying Pinkilicious, but it's rather fun to try anyway. LOL.
Probably my favorite intro, by the way. Sorry, Pink, that's just, it's staying. It has to. Who gave all you dang wonderful art peoples permission to stream at the same time? Ah, I know, right? But like, since I started streaming, which is like coming up on a year, I mean, how long have I been streaming at this time on Tuesday and Thursday? And it's like getting more popular to stream Tuesday and Thursday nights. And I was like, man, I specifically chose Tuesday and Thursday night because like no one else was streaming on Tuesday and Thursday night. Now I'm left to question, like, is Tuesday and Thursday night stream trending? Or is it just that I know more people now? Maybe it's just that I know more people now, but I feel like nah. I feel like more people are starting to stream Tuesday and Thursday night. Oh well. It's a shame really, because a lot of people that I really like and whose streams I really want to watch are streaming at the same time as me, so I can't watch them. That's really the part that like bums me out. It's like, oh, but I want to watch your stream and now I can't. Sad face. Okay, so I'm gonna select this color. I'm gonna go right up here to my palette and just add a new swatch, so that I don't have to keep opening. You know, the more I do this, the more I make new swatches, the less I'll have to refer back to other pages to be like, oh, what was that color supposed to be? But like, you know, her couch, for example, is gonna appear in many, many pages, and I should just have that color saved to this document. Ah! And her hookah color. I mean, some of these colors don't appear very often, so some of them I won't. going on there? And I have to just minimize this for a second, because... There we go. That was weird. I don't know if you guys saw that, but like... My layer options was like behind... I mean, my tool options were like behind my document. So we'll call this... Couch and pillow. Couch and pillow. Go back to... Let's go to this paint bucket tool. Make all these pillows. Ah, wrong layer. Okay. Go back to the right layer. That helps. Oh. I must have hit X on accident, which reverses your foreground and background colors. In case anyone ever needs to do that. And we'll see over here, I have somehow neglected to draw this pillow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my inks layer. And I'm actually going to steal this pillow, because it's just fine. I'm going to select it and hit Control J to copy it to a new layer, and then Control T to transform it. Move it over here, and just play with it a little bit so it doesn't, you know, so it's not quite a duplicate. And then I'm gonna close my inks folder, come back to here, and just do a real quick flatting. Quick and dirty. I'm getting the lags, which means my system is for some reason feeling overburdened. I don't know why. Shouldn't be. It could be just that I have two huge files open in Photoshop. And Photoshop has a tendency, depending on your settings, to be very resource intensive. And I don't want to lower my settings because I want to get, you know, good use out of it. But when you're doing something as resource intensive to begin with as streaming, and then you're also using, you know, like Photoshop and have two huge files open, it can handle it, but what it has to do is like cache your RAM in between processes once your RAM gets up to the limit that you set. So it has to stop to cache the RAM, and if it's in the middle of a process while it's trying to cache the RAM, it pauses that process, caches the RAM, and then picks back up on that process. So that can cause a lag in your device. So what I really need to do is like get way faster RAM. My video card is good. My processor is pretty good. I think the weakest link is always going to be where everything bottlenecks. You know, that saying, a chain is as strong as its weakest link. Or resource-intensive programs that use various resources, that's often true. And in this case, the weakest link is my RAM. Sacrifice a RAM! You have sheeps in your computer. That's the problem, Jay. I have sheeps in my computer where I should have RAM. It's just all backward. It's messed up. I don't know who thought they were being funny by selling me sheep instead of RAM. But I don't appreciate it, you know? Damn you, Tiger Direct! Or was it Newegg? Interesting. Why? Oh, they must have been flatted the same color, maybe? I don't know. Oh, I see what happened. I made all my pillows the color of the hookah instead of the pillow color that they're supposed to be. Error! Error! It can bottleneck your GPU if the processor is overworking? Yeah. You just built your PC? Yeah, right on. That's awesome. What processor are you running again? AMD, what socket? Let's see. The computer process. So, AMD FX, it's an 8150 8-core processor, 3.6 gigahertz. I'm not sure what the socket is on that, but you're free to Google it. AMD FX 8150 8-core, 3.6. So yeah, my big concern is I know that when I got that, when I bought that processor and I bought that motherboard at the time, they were like the best I could do, which was, you know, pretty close to like what you know, what would have been ideal at that time. And a long time has gone by between then and now, relatively speaking, you know, for computer age. Long enough that they're not really so good right now anymore. Like, it's not, you know, it's not cutting edge new, you know what I mean? The problem therein is, chances are, you know, if I'm gonna upgrade my processor, I have to upgrade my motherboard, which means basically like an overhaul on my computer, which I really want to avoid for as long as possible, because that also means I'm gonna have to redo Windows and all my programs and all my settings and all, like, everything, you know? It's just majorly bogus. Not something I'm wanting to do anytime soon. How do you prepare the color sections to be filled with a new color like that? So once you have your flats separated, like this, you know, I just copy everything onto a new layer. That's how I work, because I want to save a copy of my flats in case I mess up. But then, you know, once I have these flat colors, as long as they're solid flat colors, you can use this paint bucket tool. You can use this paint bucket tool and just paint bucket in colors, and it fills in entire flat areas. Copy of said flat layer. That was an FX 8350. I don't think so. I think that was a... Let me just check real quick again. I don't know. 8150. FX 8150, and it's a 3.6 gigahertz. No, just a copy. I suppose you could do a mask. The flats have different layers. I usually do them on one layer and then separate certain things. And the reason for that is because of the way that I color these backgrounds, which I'll show you in a minute. Let me just finish getting all these foreground colors right, and then I'll move on to the backgrounds, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Like, just 1 minute, bear with me, and I will get right on that. And, you know, this is a bit of a crash course, you know, for sure, but I do this every Tuesday and Thursday, so, you know, every Tuesday and Thursday, that is an opportunity to hang out with me, one, which is cool for me. I hope it's cool for you guys. I'm assuming it is, or you probably wouldn't be here, right? And, you know, you can learn a little bit more from me. As I learn more, I will share that info. Ah. So yeah, this paint bucket tool is what gives me the ability to just do, like, changing the color of solid objects like that. And again, it's all on a separate layer, like the inks are in front of all this stuff, above all this stuff. I think possibly the last applicable detail I could get from the page that I'm referencing right now is gonna be the handle of the hookah, maybe, if that's even visible in any of these pages. Oh yeah, there it is. And the wine color. And then I will need to make sure that I've got the lamp in the right colors, and then I'll put in the backgrounds. And that I do on their own layers, which is why I separate them, but you don't have to. I mean, the process that I'm using right here, you can use on the entire image. Like, you don't have to have separate layers for background and foreground, if that makes sense. I'm trying not to be confusing, but I mean, until you are really firsthand experiencing all of the things that I'm doing, you know, they're just ideas, they're just words, so it might be confusing anyway. Actually, no, let's just leave that the outside color for now. Right, there's still some wine in this glass, so let's go and throw the wine color in where appropriate. And I need to reference her sword color. So, okay, we're done, I think, getting what we need from this page for now. So I'm just going to close that page and make sure I don't save it, because I don't want to... Oh, J squared. Like oil and egg temper. Yeah, that is... Never been able to get comfortable with watercolor. Wow, I missed some chat here, sorry. So yeah, Pink, let's give Pink a shout. Pink does really awesome comics. She's working on Root and Branch. Her second book is coming out now. And they're traditional comics. Really fantastic fantasy art. And let's see if I can do this over my Wacom. You're all mods here, so you can all do the shout command. Just watch how I do it. I mean, everyone that's a regular here is a mod. Anyone that's new here, we give you a little time to see how things work before making you a mod. Alright, so that is Pinkalicious's channel. And to follow someone, you can also just click on their name. in the chat, and a little pop-up appears, and you can just hit follow. So I suggest everybody go give Pink a follow. Also, Nightbot is a bot. Nightbot and Drunkbot they're crazy. You'll see. You just posted your potato Photoshop edit in Discord. So you edited a potato in Photoshop? Or are you calling your Photoshop edit a potato? Like, full of carbs? Is it a carby Photoshop edit? Is that what you're saying? I refollowed you, Pinkalicious. Oh, that means what? What? Alright, so I'm going to open up another page to reference. One that shows just a couple more details that I need to get right. I think this one will be a good one to reference, actually. You'll see throughout the night as I'm going, I'll do this process where I open and close different files just to, like, you know, double check myself, make sure I'm not making something the wrong color or anything silly like that. It's a big part of what I do. It's a balanced part of this complete breakfast. You know that's code for if you want to have a healthy breakfast, you have to eat all this other stuff that we're showing in this photo, along with this crappy cereal, which gives you no nutritional value. The more you know. Oh, actually, so that other page, right, that was showing, my Pink Up Precious, come to the dark side. Pink will be 100% digital soon. No. No. I am totally over the moon with how awesome Pink's traditional work is. So here it's daytime, so I think these lamps are going to be, well, maybe they're still on, because I mean, they did just kind of pass out the night before. They might have just left the lamps on, even though it's daytime. I feel like that's funny. Oh, also, let's see what color Tracy Queen's phone is. I have that in the sample, and I believe that it's purple. I just want to check and see what color purple. Maybe it's green? It's green. Okay. Right, that's Trace's phone. Okay. Cool. So it's green like her hookah, that color green. Highly unlikely. I like painting in other places without my computer. J squared. You're just trying to bring down the conversation to a place that it does not want to go. I see you trying, but it's not working. I don't know what you're doing wrong. But this is a mature stream, so we can be as immature as we need to. Ironically. I always thought that that was, like, weird that, you know, mature is always code for immature. Right? Am I right? Like, anytime something has a mature rating, you just know that that means it's gonna be, like, absurdly immature. Why is that? Cheaty-faced about using PSD. I used it on the last few pages of the book. And that's the cover. I'm such a sham, a fraud. Gasp. Pink, what must you think of me? But glowy shit is hard to watercolor. No, I mean... Pink, you do work without it just fine. So if you're using it as a tool and not a crutch, then it's awesome. You know? It's really, you know, that's all it is. And, you know, think about, like, when, you know, pre-made watercolors came out. It was a cheat, a sham, for people that were mixing their pigments themselves, you know, like, there was a time where people had to find pigments themselves to grind up, you know, and use. Like, these things change, tools change, and, you know, using tools that are available to you and learning multiple tools does not make you a sham. It makes you adaptive, and, you know, I don't know, do what you gotta do. Don't let anyone put you down for doing what you gotta do. And if you don't want to use digital, don't. That's cool. Just no shame. The shame isn't in how you get it done, the shame is in not getting it done. That's what I think. Shit, I mean, Lomac here paints in egg tempera, and now he's doing a digital comic. And that's not an easy transition. That's requires serious discipline. It's really hard to make that transition. What is going on here? The brushes are really great to work with. Everyone must hone the craft they've been gifted. Yeah, and you know, sometimes we don't know what that means. Sometimes the craft you've been gifted is much broader than you think. You know, sometimes you find, like, wow, I thought this is what I was, but actually I am all of these things, you know, like, and to, you know, just not be limited by a tool, and to not be defined by a tool. And I mean, shit, if anyone, I would think, understands that intrinsically, I mean, Pink friggin' does everything. Like, how many things do you teach? You know, like, seriously. You know, and a lot of it is hard, you know. Like you even said, you make your brewing an art. as opposed to, you know, a mathematical science. You make an art out of it. That's freaking awesome. But I do feel like for you specifically, right, there's like a kind of survivalism pride in like low-tech and historical. I know a lot of your tool sets, like spinning yarn and making mead and like, you know, it's just like really awesome, like old school artisan crafts. I think a lot of that feels like stuff that is oppositional to a lot of modern tools, like digital things. So I get that. Anyway, I'm sorry I'm like making this all about you. I hope that doesn't make you uncomfortable. I just think you're cool, so I like talking about you, you know? Don't hate me. Alright, yeah, so now the reason, let me explain what I'm doing. The reason why I've done all these foreground things on their own layer is because I have saved flats for like the walls, for example. Things that I know I'm going to use over and over again, and I don't need to reinvent the wheel every time and remake an effect that I've already made 12 times. So what I do is I keep a scrap layer of those things, like just here's a sample of wall, here's a sample of floor, here's a sample of molding, here's a sample of concrete, here's a sample of grunge texture, here's a sample of door. You know, those things I will just reuse every time, and it's just a time saver device. Because ultimately for me, being able to get this done in a manner that is sustainable and viable to be able to release, you know, an anthology quarterly. That means, you know, every 3 months I gotta have 8 pages of Pack and 8 pages of Tracy Queen done and do all the production on whoever else submits to us. Meaning, like, you know, for example, Lomax submits an 8-page story to us. I still have to take those pages and put them into our book, put them into our anthology, and make it fit, you know, make everything work with the rest of the book. So I gotta make sure the stuff that I'm doing is stuff that I can do as quickly as possible, you know, not sacrificing result, though. Like, I want it to come out good, you know, and I don't believe that good and quick are necessarily in opposition. It just means I've gotta come up with some frickin' tricks, you know? So much frickin' fabric, it's absurd. I'm ironing a pile of fabric. I have to pop up to the computer from time to time to cool off, right? I found a single cut of beefcake Christmas in a bag of scraps. Beefcake Christmas. Is that anything like beef noodles? Are you feeling beef noodlesy? Eat it. Beefcake Christmas? WTF. Yeah, don't let Nightbot fool you, Lomac. Nightbot has the IQ of a goldfish. Nah, that's probably mean to goldfish. Nightbot, I don't think actually has any IQ. Because Nightbot is a bot. Hey Lomac, hey. What is this? It's a pink link. Oh. Wow. Okay. Cool. Dig it. going back to the tools thing, I kind of think like, I don't know, I make images that are parts of storytelling. I think that's what I am. I'm a visual storyteller. And sometimes I write stories too. But I'm a storyteller, you know, and for me, making images is a part of storytelling. As such, I've always felt like it doesn't matter what I'm using. What matters is the story that I'm telling, and if I'm effectively telling that story. I kind of think, like in a post-apocalyptic scenario or something, like if all I have is literally a stick and dirt, I will draw in the dirt with a stick, and that will be my tool. I had my hands on VR technology, I would use that. If somebody said, hey, I've got a glass blowing studio, I would be there in half a second to learn that shit. I just want to tell stories. I don't really care about the tool. But that's me personally. For some people, some art is almost exclusively about the tool. Like once you get into like fine arts, you know, like I've been to a lot of gallery shows and have come to understand and appreciate how much of art is procedural. You know, there's a lot of art that is really like, wow, this is cool because your process. No one else can do that shit because it's freaking hard, because you're like, you know, using chemical reactions to make this thing. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of procedure. Like there's just so many different kinds. All different strokes. It's all good. Says I. Says I. Yeah, concept. Tools can either A, enhance a skill, or replace it. I totally agree. And I think personally that is to the credit, or you know, failing. You know, that's to the what is the word I'm looking for? Well, anyway, whether or not it's enhancing a skill or replacing it speaks to the individual using it. Because the same tool can be a crippling, you know, crutch for one person and just a simple, you know, tool for another person. I think very few tools themselves are subject to the scrutiny that we often give them. I mean, I don't ever think a nuke bomb is good. I'm sorry. That's like my opinion. You know, without getting political. That's a tool that I think is dumb. That's my opinion. Anyway, I shouldn't have said that. I don't want to open up a can of worms. I don't really want to talk about that. I don't ever want to have, like, political debates while I'm trying to make art. It's just not part of my groove thing. Okay, so this room is starting to become a room. I need to use that floor layer. What else, if anything, do I need to have reference of? I think that's it. I think I can close this page now. And I think the next thing that I will have to reference is the outside of the house. It's been a long time since I've used that, and I do not remember which colors I used. I mean, like I'm gonna remember a bunch of numbers, you know what I mean? It's one thing if you're using like a marker. You remember which marker you used, you know? I do not have the kind of brain where I can remember like a hexadecimal or a color in Photoshop. So I just open up a previous piece that I did and look at what color I used and go, ah, that color. Ah. Anybody like a cup of Bustelo? I love a cup of Bustelo. Are you making some? Can you send it to me? Moo, is that like a little suit? Like jammies? I would like a moo and beefcake Christmas, please. Oh yeah. No, moo are like giant shapeless dresses. They're fabulous. Get with the times. Get with the times, J squared. You don't own a moo. Come on. I just realized that I have all these layer panels offset. There we go. I like to keep things organized in folders so that later on, like say 3 months from now, I'm coming back to print this and I'm like, oh man, I messed up on that thing, or oh, I could do a better job on that, and I want to come back and like fix one specific thing. It really sucks when things aren't labeled and organized. So for me, it's like part of my best practices to always just keep things like super organized. The best of my ability, anyway. Moo have good pockets for treasure? Heck yes. Makes me want to put on my onesie. It also has excellent pockets. And it turns into a one-eyed giant purple people eater. G squared. FedEx? You're gonna FedEx a cup of Bustelo? That's awesome. I don't know if it'll be warm when it gets here, but that's okay. I'll just heat it up. Is it offensive if I heat it up in the microwave? Do I need to, like, do it stovetop? Just trying to think what else, if anything, about this page so far. Yeah, I think so. I'm ready to move on to this outside panel right now. And it is almost a duplicate of a panel from the second page, which I'll show you. So this is the second page. This is the night before, and it's raining. So now I'm going to do a duplicate of this panel from today. In the story today, like, you know, what it looks like. This is morning, daytime, whatever. Maybe it's like noon, I don't know. So, what that means is turn off all these adjustments. You can see I've really got a lot going on in this page. Part of my current processes have been to limit that and use my layers just a little bit more carefully, a little more selectively. Not go so just hog wild. All of the layers, all of them! Because I need to make sure that all of my processes are replicable. And once I have like 2 million awesome layers of effects, there's like no way to redo that and have it look the same every time, you know? At least not in any kind of like feasible, timely manner. It's just not, you know, it's just not okay. Call this P6 buildings, right? And we'll make that our texture for buildings on panel 6. So this is a scan of a horribly grungy piece of aged paper. I think if I remember right, I bought this off of Shutterstock. Or this might be one of mine. I don't remember. I've got quite a good amount of those, so... Oh yeah, this needs to be above. All this stuff. Okay, so we'll call this window texture, and I believe my other window textures I think are multiply layers. Yeah, okay, so I will make this folder a multiply layer, and then I'll take this window texture and just transform it to be the shape of that window, and then I will duplicate it for all of these little windows. So these are like, you know, grungy old warehouse windows that have been papered over. Bustelo? Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah, I used to drink that all the time. How is it you were able to use masks at once, Jayel? Oh, 2 masks. Zuzu says hi. Hi, Zuzu. 2 masks. Let's see. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Do you mean like having multiple things selected? So if you want to add to a selection, now a selection and a mask are different. So I want to make sure that what you're asking is actually what you mean. If I want to have a mask is something you apply to a layer. So if I want to have a mask on this layer, I would have this layer selected, and I would go to Layers, Layer Masks, and Reveal All would now create a layer mask there. If I'm on this mask, anything that I paint in black is gonna be invisible, right? But it's not actually erasing it, it's just hiding it. So if I change my mind later, I can go back to that layer mask and paint in white to bring it back. Really cool. But a selection, say I have this shape selected, and I also want this shape selected, I'll hit Shift, and it puts a little plus sign next to my selection tool. And that works whether it's a square selection tool or, you know, whatever. So if I hit Shift, it makes a plus sign, and then I can just add another selection, another selection, another selection. So Lomac, I'm not sure if that's what you were asking. And depending on what you mean, there definitely could be a couple different answers to that question. So please feel free to reiterate your question if I completely just missed what you were trying to get at. And, you know, so guys, the chat is like super happening and moving up very quickly. If I miss anything that anyone is saying, like, feel free to be like, repeat yourself, or for someone else to point out, hey, Jayel, didn't you hear? J Squared just asked you a question and you completely ignored him, you know? Yuki Dog Zombie, how are you today? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. That finished piece that you posted in my Discord channel is super cool. I really love it. It's adorable. Great work. If anyone also, by the way, and J Squared also posted a work in progress, maybe? Or I don't know. J Squared, did you decide if that's finished or not? Your super crazy face space station? I was thinking about it because you'd asked like what if anything you should do to it or should you call it done. So, I mean, depending on your answer. Oh, Nightbot. Shush. Shush you, Nightbot. Okay, so now I have these paper windows, you know, paper covered windows in the background of this building in the foreground. You can see the papers bleeding over, and we don't want that, right? So what I'm gonna do, I have all of these different windows in one folder, right? The cool thing about that is now I can apply a layer mask to that folder. So I'm selected on that folder and I go to Layer, Layer Mask, Reveal All. So now there's a mask there, but the whole mask is white. You can see right next to the folder icon, there's this white mask. So what I will do is just make a selection where I want everything to be cut off, and just make sure I'm selected on the layer mask, and use the paint bucket and fill this selection in black. And that means everything in there is now invisible. And that's how I get this cool, like, that's as if that building is behind this building effect. I'm actually masking out what I don't want to show. And in front of that, I'm going to do this as, I think, another multiply layer. And just add another layer of grunge over everything. But then I'm going to make it a little, you know, transparent-ish. I don't need to, like, overstate how dirty this place is. I mean, you know, whatever. We get it. It's gross. Okay, so actually I'm going to move this layer mask. What I'm going to do, I'm going to select this entire building. It's just a neat little time saver trick. Selecting this entire building. And I'm going to hit Control, Shift, and I, which inverses the selection. So now everything outside of that building is selected. I'm going to turn back on these layers, right? So now look at my grunge, it's everywhere. Super cool. I put my, I put black as the background layer, and I select this layer mask and just hit Delete. Now everything else is invisible. It's not gone, I didn't kill it, so I can still make changes to it later. And, you know, that is a really important part, I think, of digital. Digital work is the ability to remain fluid, to come back to it and enhance it. That's part of the strength there. So I think if you don't preserve that, you're losing part of the strength. Otherwise, you know, I would just do this all traditional. But I'm trying to save time and make it something that I can fluidly and dynamically come back to, because what happens also, right, this is my first time doing a super long graphic novel, and I know with long-term projects a lot of times, you know, each time you do something you get a little better at it, right? So like you get to the end of this really long project and now your last few pages look like way better than your first few pages. So with the last book that I did, which was 150 pages long, for sure by the time I got to the end of the book, that specific style, which I invented for that book, like, that's not my normal style, it was a style for that project that I had to develop. So when I got to the end of the book, I just really, like, I was feeling it, you know, I nailed that style, and that became a very gelled, you know, dimensional part of that aesthetic. But then the stuff earlier on was like, God, I don't want to print that, you know, like, it's just not up to par with the latest stuff that I've done for the book. So I was able to go back through the entire book in one final pass and just bring everything up to the same level. So that's part of also why for super long-term projects, I like to keep all of my layers super organized in folders and labeled and color-coded at, you know, for certain things. Like for example, you'll see anything that I don't want to render in my final or that I know I need to change for each image, I have red. Anything that I need to change but I know I want rendered, I have yellow. Anything that's green means like I definitely need to remember to have that on and work on it for each page. So, you know, I just do these little things that basically, and I'm learning. There's still like, every time I'm watching someone else's stream or watch a tutorial, there's like new things to pick up. There's like no end to it. That is a thing I try not to think about first page versus last page too much. Yeah, and I mean, you know, for certain projects, that's also really cool. I think especially for like traditional, I think traditional works, like when you're working in like watercolor and actual ink, there is a more intimate connection with the artist, that you're growing with the art, that their work is what it is, they didn't go back and like redo it, you know. But I feel like today's audience is starting to subconsciously, even if they don't understand the process, starting to understand that. Like, if this is digital, you have no excuse. If this is traditional, it's freaking awesome that you're doing that, and it's so cool to watch it develop. But if it's digital, like, go back and fix up your first few pages. What's wrong with you, man? You know? And I think those are two separate things. I think there is a difference there, and I think that that difference is wonderful. I think it's a terrific difference, and I would feel remiss if I personally started to lean towards one or the other. I would feel like I was missing out on this bigger picture of, like, you know, that they are really, they're not just different approaches, they're different mediums. You know, they really are. They're different things. The end result is an image, but that's, you know, and a lot of, for example, a lot of Photoshop and GIMP and Clip Studio, you know, a lot of their tools are designed to sort of, as best as they can, emulate and approximate traditional tools, but they're still not the same. They just aren't. It's a different tool. So I think it's wonderful that there's like differences for both, you know.
Game over.
James scrolling art. Totally AFK while cooking at the moment. Cheers. Cheers to you, fuckface. James is AFK while cooking. That sounds familiar because I do that to him in like every one of his streams. Thanks for stopping in, James. Yeah, you keep going back and redoing pages, and that's great in a learning process. You know, there's a learning curve when it's like your first project. You need to go back and redo things, right? But beyond a certain point, that learning curve has to go away. You know, you have to just be able to be like, okay, this is what it is, and I trust that at this point I am good enough. And a lot of that is just experience, you know. And Pink, you certainly do not lack for experience. I mean, at this point. Of course, when you first started, like, yeah, you just redo everything, right? That's part of, I think everyone goes through that. When you're first starting out on a type of project and in a type of medium. For each type of project you do in a type of medium, I think part of the learning process is going to be redoing it and redoing it and redoing it until you're comfortable with how you're gonna do it. Yeah, I mean, I feel you. And I think with traditional, it can be really daunting because instead of just going back in and deleting some layers and redoing those layers, you know, when you're talking about redoing a page, right? Like, that's a commitment. You have to like redo the entire page, and that's awesome, and I have so much respect for that. And I think it's super important that everyone understands, like, while I'm talking about this, you know, just kind of bantering, or not even bantering, but like rambling about the differences between like traditional and digital medium, that I am absolutely like in full support of anyone who uses any medium. I think art is freaking awesome. So I don't want to come across as like, you know, trying to talk one or the other up or down. I think it's all freaking cool, and if someone uses one or the other or both, that's cool. Once I started this project, my rule was to just get her done. Yeah, but also, Pink, once you started this project, you were also so much better because of the other projects you've done, that now you're at that point of just get her done, right? Like, now you can say that, and it's legit. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that, like, when you first started in general, like, just get her done was a nice thought, you know, at best. Like, yeah, won't it be nice one day, one fine day when I can just get her done? But, you know, you put your 10,000 hours into anything. And that learning curve is now out of your way, I think. Within reason. I make some bold statements when I'm rambling, in case you all haven't noticed. And I certainly like to ramble while I work. So here, I think, Lindsay Lag, you're still in chat with me, right? That soundbite for James makes me sad now? Wait, which soundbite for James? Why does that make you sad? Because he's cooking? Is it sad because you know he's not really here? Did Bill Paxton die? What? Yuki Dog Zombie. How is everyone, Yuki wants to know. Kazuki is super friendly. And if you haven't already, you can check out on my Discord, on my Your Art Here channel. Yuki has put up, in the past actually, a couple different pieces. Oh yeah, and Pink just put up the piece she's working on before and after Photoshop. Oh, Pink, that's wonderful. That's great. Honestly, what you did there doesn't stand out. You did it subtly, and it doesn't betray the rest of the medium. And I think that's the important part. For you have such a solidified and congealed aesthetic to your work. You have this very, I want to say, like, muted palette and deeply, richly textured, but the level separations are very shallow, and I mean that in a wonderful way. Like, you know, in your trees you have like highlight, mid-tone, shadow, but they're only different by like a few shades. So it's really rich and yet very soft. And that is wonderful. It's amazing. That's like what I love about your work. All of your shading is like so subtle, yet so well modeled. And when you worked on it in Photoshop, in this extra effect, this extra layer, you didn't veer from that. Aliens, Terminator, Predator 2, Bill Paxton has played a character that was killed by a Terminator. Bill Paxton has played a character that was killed by an alien. Bill Paxton has played a character that was killed by the Predator, and no one else can say that. Never seen a lot of huge movies. Yeah. And that's fine, you know. I'm not too kind. Take that back! How dare you! No, I'm definitely not too kind. I am honest and observant, but not too kind. Perhaps just kind enough. Alright, Photoshop, what is your deal? I think my GPU is going. You guys, I'm having GPU problems. That's my... Or maybe it's not my GPU, maybe it's something else that is causing an effect that looks like my GPU. That's okay though, I'll figure it out when I'm not streaming. I shouldn't say going, I should say acting up. Acting a fool! And anybody who is, you know, has any questions about what I'm doing, I want you all to feel welcome. I will not be annoyed by it. On the contrary, I actually really like feeling engaged in what I'm doing and feeling co-engaged with the audience. So, like for example, before we had Miguel was asking a bunch of questions, and that was super awesome. And I want to encourage anybody here who has any questions for me or about my art or me personally, you know, within reason, you know, whatever, just letting you all know that this is a positive and friendly environment. So if you want to feel shy, but if you don't. You know, even though I have, like, come a really long way with my Wacom, sometimes I still really like a slow build-up with my mouse. It's a very specific look for me that I can get with my mouse. And, you know, the Wacom is just a little plasticier because you get so much more smoothness, which for certain things is fantastic and what I want. But for certain things I want a little bit of like patchy grit, you know? And also, you know, just for the sake of my hands, I think doing things with different processes is great. You know, if you're always in the same position, doing the same thing, applying pressure to your joints the same way, those joints will have a hard time, you know? And, you know, I'm starting to have, like, problems in my thumb and my index finger and my pinky sometimes, like, after, you know, 10 hours of drawing, like, it just burns and I have to stop and soak my hand and, you know, cry into a pillow. No, I'm kidding about the pillow part. Or am I? Anyway, so, you know, I think it's a good idea to like change up motions that you're doing, and that's why I love being a multimedia artist. And you know, I work on so many different kinds of things. I sculpt, you know, sometimes I do coding like for websites. I mean, not major coding, but like, you know, CSS and PHP and HTML, that kind of stuff. So I'm like typing and then, you know. Jayel, what is your favorite chocolate? What do you put on your salad, bath, or shower? So my favorite chocolate is dark chocolate in the 75 to 85% cocoa range. I will enjoy chocolate with sea salt on it, but I don't really want anything else in it. For me, it's a very textural experience. So when there's like hard nuts or something in my chocolate, it just kind of throws me off. And I'm like, get those nuts out of here, man. Just give me the chocolate. What I put on my salad depends on what's around, but I'll usually, as a safe bet, choose balsamic vinaigrette. And I prefer showers to baths, usually because most baths are not large enough for me to be comfortable in. Yeah, so there's that. Pinkalicious, haven't used ink? I'm using watercolors. I'm painting on rice paper. Has anyone tried it? Rice paper, wow. It's been a long time since pink has used rice paper. It's interesting the way that inks diffuse on it. Oh yeah, like ink washes. You get that kind of like, 'cause it's got like a almost like a texture to it, right? Attention, Jayel does not like the texture of nuts in his mouth. Oh, pink. I see what you did there. This is a mature stream. So, you can... Yep. Oh, a live stream AMA. I dig it. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Yeah, I was always practicing Sumi-E techniques, but it shouldn't be different from more watercolors. Right, yeah, because, I mean, Pink, you've been using watercolors for what, like 300 pages now, at least, on this one specific project? And then you've also done other projects in watercolors, right? So, like, I'd say that's your 10,000 hours. You are now, like, watercolor is something you can do in your sleep. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what it's like if you only used ink on rice paper to go back to it with watercolors. I always love, like, seeing how things transfer, something that you learn, like, one medium on another, you know, or one technique on a different medium, and then, like, switching it up and being like, oh, this totally transfers, or realizing, like, wow, this completely does not transfer at all. You know, like, damn it, I gotta start from square one here. It's always interesting to me to just try and, like, see what those differences are. I don't know, I might be overstating that. Okay, so I think at this point it is safe to say... Second. I don't want that on. I think it's safe to say at this point that my midtones are pretty much done. I think my backgrounds are pretty groovy. So I think the next thing for me to do is to take a little 5-minute break and stretch and maybe soak my hand. So I might be more like 7 or 8 minutes. You can bear with me for that. And then I'll come back and put in the highlights on this page. And when I finish up this page, I will go through this process again on page 16. Starting from the beginning with the raw flats. Yeah, I think this is a good time for that. Feels good for me. So hopefully some of you are sticking around. If anyone's got to go now, feel free to say goodbye to me before I take my break. Otherwise, I'll be back shortly, and when I do take my break, I will play for you my reel, which shows animation, VFX, compositing, motion graphics, that sort of stuff. And then I will play our Oneshi Press video, which shows you our 3 projects that we're working on. Pink, Art Mom, Break Hype. Yes, the rice paper absorbs the water very readily. Interesting. Watercolors dry very fast. Okay, that's an interesting... right, because rice starch is actually super hygroscopic, right? Like, I've heard a lot of people say if your cell phone gets wet, put it in a jar with rice, and the rice will just, like, suck all the moisture out. So I imagine, I don't really know how rice paper is made, but if it has rice starch in it, it would probably have that, like, hygroscopic property where it's just, like, thirsty for moisture. Yuki has to go now. Okay, Yuki, well, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate that you shared your watercolors on my Discord channel. That's awesome. And I can't wait to see what you're gonna do next. Take care. Okay, so everybody, I hear no protest, so I'm gonna take my little break, and I'll be right back.
Look where I'm at. Hi, I'm Lindsay G. I'm the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, I'm Jayel Draco. I'm the illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of progressive, immersive, gorgeous books in print and digital formats.
To start with, we'll be keeping 3 original concepts in production.
Our first 3 are a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book.
Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a feminist, sex-positive, sci-fi graphic novel about a self-made porn star named Tracy,
who fights her way free of her grandfather's organized crime syndicate, only to get caught up in the porn industry politics and gang warfare.
The fiercely independent, brilliant Tracy decides to fight her battles on her own terms. With the help of her best friend, a talking raccoon who happens to be an electrical engineer,
she creates an army of cyborg clones to help her fight back against the forces of conformity, sexual repression, and evil. Hack.
Our gritty vigilante comic book with a surprisingly humane heart, Pack tells the story of a masked crime fighter named Patience,
and the 6 dogs with whom he roams the dark streets of crime-ridden Brooklyn.
Together as a pack, these ruthless vigilantes sniff out corruption
and deliver their own bloody form of justice to those who they decide deserve it.
They put crime under the fang.
The Great Nations of Rendaria.
The Great Nations of Rendaria, our first art book, is an introduction to the vast fantasy universe that Oneshi Press is helping to create.
This book serves as both backstory and introduction to a diverse, intricate universe in which its narrator, Jan Kazian,
has become obsessed with preserving the memories of the greatest civilizations his world has ever known.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is both a book in its own right, as well as an artifact from the larger story, Children of Gaia.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! Okay. I'm coming right back in. How's everybody doing? Did you miss me? Did I miss anything? Did I lose anybody? Y'all still here? So, where was I? Right. I'm about to, gonna go into my rouge layer first, and I'm gonna put some rouge into Tracy, and it's gonna look awful for a minute. But you'll see, I've got a method here. I put in the rouge, and then I put in highlights over that. And then, because this is right after a panel where they're just waking up in the morning, or daylight, whatever, you know, the pages previous in this setting were at night, and then the last page is them waking up in the morning and just being like, oh, disoriented, it's horrible, they're hungover. Alright, I'm gonna try and get this. Photo taker Photo Taker, did I get it right? Yeah, good evening. How are you, Photo Taker? What's going on? Thank you so much for popping in. If you have any questions, I am more than happy to answer them, including like if you want to know about the projects or anything. We have free samples. There's a free sample of Pack, of Children of Gaia's Great Nations of Rendaria, and there is a free sample of Tracy Queen. But I have to warn you that the free sample of Tracy Queen, although it's censored, is not safe for work. There is adult scenarios, explicit adult scenarios. It is not safe for work, but you are still more than welcome to download it if you would like. I'll put that up in the chat, just for anyone who wants to download it, and if you don't want to, don't. This is the sample for Tracy Queen, which I'm working on now. This will be the sample for Pack. Oh, also, by the way, so there's a delay between me and chat. So you're probably going to see what I'm typing and then hear me say it, which might be a little weird. And then sample CG for Children of Gaia Great Nations. Yeah, okay. So those are our 3 free samples. Grade A smut. Yeah, well, okay, so the Tracy Queen sample is different from all the other samples in 2 ways. One is that it's not safe for work, the other ones are. But another way that the Tracy Queen sample is different is that the other 2 samples are the beginning of the book. Like, Children of Gaia, Great Nations of Rendaria is the introduction chapter of that book. The Pack sample is the first 8 pages of Pack. The Tracy Queen sample, however, we went a different route. What we decided to do with that sample was show various pages from throughout the book, just to try and give you, the audience, to try and give you an idea of how many crazy, zany, different types of scenarios come up in Tracy Queen. So it's not in order. So when you look at that sample, it's out of context. But the story itself is super zany and super out of context in that it jumps around a lot. And Tracy's life is like going on this trajectory and then all of a sudden like takes a complete left turn and goes in a different direction, and it's very extreme, and she's an extreme character, and there's battles with cyborgs, there's porn star gangbangs, there's like feminism, there's all kinds of just, it's very amazing, it's very rich. Lindsay Lag, who is in the chat now, she wrote Tracy Queen, and it was her concept. Pack was my concept, and Lindsay Lag is writing Pack. Children of Gaia, Great Nations of Rendaria was co-conceptualized, well, it's based on a story, co-conceptualized by myself and Chris Cavelli, who sometimes is in chat. He's not tonight, he goes by Vargas here. Children of Gaia is a huge story that 6 people are now working on, and Chris and I first started working on it about 23 years ago. I am not so young anymore, I guess. Well, I'm still pretty young, at that. I mean, in dragon years, I'm like practically still an egg, right? So, yeah. Children of Gaia is a huge story, and this particular story is actually an artifact from the story, and what I mean by that is the Great Nations of Rendaria is actually written by a character in Children of Gaia. So in the story Children of Gaia, this character, Jan Kazian, is writing and illustrating this book. So we've decided to publish that book that this character in the story is writing. So, and the next book that I'm working on now also, Children of Gaia War and Horses, which I'll be streaming this Tuesday and Thursday coming up. So I alternate, like this is a Tracy Queen week, next week will be a Children of Gaia week, and the week after that will be a Pack week, and then I'll come back to Tracy Queen the week after that. So every week is one project for Tuesday and Thursday, and I alternate. That's just, you know, what I do. I like it, it's fun, it keeps things mixed, but it also, like, gives me a week to focus on one thing. So that's kind of cool and fun. But the next story, War and Horses, is very different because it's written by a very, very different type of character from a very different background. And that's more of a Western, whereas Great Nations is more like closer to like Lord of the Rings or Dungeons and Dragons, like elven fantasy, whereas War and Horses is more kind of steampunk Western sci-fi. But they both exist in the same story. They're just written by fictional characters from different parts of that story. So it's very heady. It's definitely for the nerds like me and so many of you wonderful, super heady people out there. But it's also, you know, it's also supposed to just look cool and fun for people that don't want to get that heady about it. But the idea there is like there's no level of depth that you can examine it at that it doesn't try to offer something and hold up at least as best as it can. And I feel like I don't have to be too humble about it because, like I said, there's 6 other people working on it. So, I mean, it definitely, it goes there. Wherever you want to go, it goes there. We're now on like our 8th rewrite of the first actual installment of the proper story. So anyway, back to what I'm doing now. Oh yeah, and to answer your question, Photo Taker, I'm doing good. Thank you. Having a fun stream. I've got some really cool people here in the chat. And, you know, I love the Twitch creative community. I love being able to just like chat with everyone and people that show up, and you know, it's super fun, super cool. I love answering questions. I love the crazy conversations that show up here, and you know, I love the friends that I've made through this community. And some IRL friends that show up from time to time. Okay, so I'm just gonna let's with this for a moment. Like I said, it'll look a little weird at first, but this is a method that I've been using since page 1 of this book, and for this book, it's tried and true. Cat is going crazy in the room next to me, so if I seem a little distracted, it's because I am. Sorry, it's an adorable cat. I have to let him out because I'm getting a little too distracted. Wrong pod, come on. Shameless. I have a recursive project as well, a steampunk folio intended to look like a report from a scientific expedition. I think that is fantastic. I love that so much. So, is this a new project, or is this something you've been working on for a while, or is this something you've finished? I have to know more about this. That is like right up the alley of what I'm talking about. I just love the, like, you know, the manipulation of the fourth wall and getting like super meta. Like what can you get away with without quite breaking it, but pretty much breaking it, you know? Not sure when I'll have time to finish it. It's something like that. It's something that is many years old. I did the art part of it, but lacked the skills and friends to make it come together and look like a Victorian record. Aha. Yeah, so that's actually very much what I'm up to with War and Horses, is trying to make it look like a journalist who was there at the time, you know, gathered his records, and some of the photos he took himself, some of the etchings he did himself, some of them were things he bought off people or, you know, I don't know, maybe stole or copied or something, but yeah, it's very much that, like, it's a period piece, but of a made-up period, you know? Love it. I love that kind of idea. It just, you know, it gives things so much life. And I certainly feel like as a student of pop culture, there is, that is a direction that pop culture is moving in. Especially as you have, like, you know, kids now growing up with smartphones that have RPGs on them that are 20 times more complicated than anything I played as a kid, you know? And when I say complicated, I mean like story-wise, you know, not just like rules and gameplay-wise, but like these worlds that are just so massive and rich and immersive. You know, that's our future. It is coming from these places that are just, for a lot of people, the more immersive, the better. And I think seeing that coming and making your stories, making your art, making your projects appropriate for what's coming up, because by the time you're done with it, what's popular now is already over. When you have these long-term projects, it really requires you to think that way, right? Like, but also just to do what you like. I mean, and what you like, if you are someone who consumes pop culture to whatever degree, you know, like, it doesn't have to be in general, it can be specific, like a specific facet of pop culture. And you know that, like, other people like that too, and you do what you like. It's just hopefully gonna go in the direction of, like, by the time you're done with it, it will be what's popular. It will be what's cool. Or not, like, popular, like, everyone's doing it, but, like, digestible, acceptable, palatable. And I think, you know, a lot of that kind of storytelling, like, you have, right, J.K. Rowling, really pushed for that. And I mean, whatever, like, J.R.R. Tolkien did that with, like, the Silmarillion, right? But the Silmarillion, am I saying that right? Anyway, you know what I'm saying. Didn't really pick up, you know, like, even a lot of people that know about The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, like, still, if you said the Silmarillion to them, they'd be like, WTF, what are you talking about? Because it just wasn't, you know, it was too much, you know, too much backstory. Whereas, like, what is it, Fantastical Beasts and Where to Find Them, I think? You know, that's, like, completely based on backstory and based on an in-story prop. So that is that kind of story, where it's like, oh yeah, that's gonna get its own movie now. And that is the direction things are going in. I hope, I think, I believe. Silmarillion. Yeah. Like, I'm arting and talking and reading, and, you know, sometimes it's just not all gonna come together. But thank you for that correction. I did ask for it, and I appreciate it. Funny thing is, my mister loves the Silmarillion and has never read anything else of Tolkien's. Oh, that is weird. Drop some stuff in Discord. Awesome, I will check that out, either on my next break or when I'm done streaming. Whatever happens first. I'm sure I will have another break, but I might not have time during that break. Yeah. Anyway, as you all know, those of you that know me well, like, I think out loud about these things. And sometimes when I'm rambling, I, you know, don't start every sentence off with, in my opinion, or hey, I kind of think. But, you know, hopefully the subtext is understood that I'm definitely not trying to sound like I know what I'm talking about everything. I just like sharing ideas, and hearing other people's. And he'll love the great nations of Rendaria? I hope so. Breaks are for artist care. It's true. Yeah, it's real important, you know? I mean, if you want to burn bright and burn fast and just be like, look, it's so amazing that I never take breaks and that I can do this for like 32 hours on end, like, cool, but, you know, fast forward a few years, you're gonna pay for it, you know? I'm looking to do this till the end of time. At least till the end of my time. He is such a canon hog. He's been delving into Warhammer 40k lore and has never played the RPG or strategy games. Awesome. I love that. That is definitely your Mr. then is the person that Great Nations of Rendaria was written for. And I trust that he is not alone in feeling that way, and that represents some undertapped demographic, you know, a demographic that is not given enough credit, you know, and that I think there's more people that are into that than we know of, because a lot of our pop culture, right, is like, there's been this, you know, kind of like pop culture giants tend to think, you know, lowest common denominator, try to get everyone, and it's like, no, you know, like, Honestly, now with like Google and Facebook, like we have the kinds of you know, the methods of measurement, right? Like all of our super advanced analytics and metrics, really metric tools, right? Our metrics can show us that, like, you know, people that are given the thing they love will love it way harder than people that get something watered down for everyone to love. Like, yeah, there was a time and a place for that, but like that is changing. That is fading. That is like dinosaur tactics. Is, you know, trying to make something that's like watered down enough to reach everyone. You just gotta find like your demographic, which is based on who you are and what you have to say and what you have to offer, and figure out how to market to that demographic, right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but that's like where my research has taken my thought process. Did you take a break again? No, James. I have been working for 47 hours straight. Instead of taking breaks, I just take more Advil. Back to AFK, just stopping by to harass you briefly. James is burning fast and bright. Exactly. We'll see you in 10 years, James. Or will we? No, I'm just kidding. No, James is just one of those people who, like, doesn't get fatigue and doesn't get hangovers and, you know, like, it's just part of his, I don't know, his makeup. He's, like, part Titan or something. However, I'm always working on something, whether I'm streaming or not, and, you know, I'm working on things for clients, I'm working on other personal projects, I'm working on things that either I can't stream because, you know, I don't have the rights to stream them, it's not my thing, solely speaking, or, you know, I can't stream it because I lack the setup, like when I'm working on large sculptures. I don't have a way currently to get my large sculpture workspace in front of my computer. I've got some ideas about how to change that in the future, but it just hasn't been a priority. But, like, you know, I'm always working, so I definitely have to take sustainability and fatigue into consideration. And that is how I'm able to continue always working, is that I'm always thinking about fatigue and sustainability and what my body needs to be able to do that. And some of us are luckier than others where that's concerned. You know, some of us, our bodies are just like, sick. What is sick? You know, and then some of us are like, my body's like, dude, you push me too hard, I will bedrid you. You will be bedridden. And I'm like, no, I can't be bedridden. It happens. So I gotta, like, plan my breaks and shit, like make sure every hour and a half I take a break and a stretch and I walk around, and, you know, like, that's what I need to do. But not everyone needs to do that, and kudos to those who don't need to do that. In the forest of the night? James, are you the Industrial Revolution? I'm taking a break from ignoring my feet. From ironing, my feet are killing me. Awesome. You take that break. You tell that iron who is boss. Okay, so I think I'm good with my rouge now. I think I'm gonna add in my highlights. And as soon as James comes back, I'm gonna take another break just to piss him off. But I'll wait for him to come back. Oh, so you know who else? Bill Paxton was also in Tombstone. He played Wyatt Earp's younger brother, who was killed by a cowboy. The cowboy being the gang in Tombstone. So yeah, Bill Paxton was killed by a Terminator. He was killed by an alien. He was killed by a predator, and he was killed by a cowboy. I think those are like his major claims to fame. One movie that I could think of him in that he didn't die was True Lies. Which was kind of like the one movie where maybe you wanted his character to not survive. You know, like in Aliens, he was so cool. I guess in Predator 2, he played kind of a douchebag, and in Terminator, I mean, whatever. He was like a small bit part, like he was just a little thug that Arnold Schwarzenegger killed and took his clothes. But you didn't like, there was nothing invested in that character. You didn't, you know, get to know him or anything. Oh, my bots are starting to heat up. Man, my hand is just not wanting to handle that curve very well. So intense in that pose? Yeah, that's her, what the hell is my alarm going off for this early in the morning pose? And Nicola's like, dude, it's like normal time to wake up, what the hell is wrong with you, lady? Tracy Queen, not a morning person. She doesn't get hangovers, she just gets psychotic. Not in the fun way. Or maybe it's in the fun way. I guess that's totally opinion. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do here? Alright, I'm going to switch back to my midtone layers real quick. And I'm going to just do a little bump on separation for shading. So Control-Shift-I inverts my selection, and I go to my midtones layer. I'm going to select this color, and then just make it a little darker. See how this does. Beautiful. Alright. So does she sleep with that sword under her pillow? Yeah, usually either like under her pillow or in her hands or next to her, like, you know, that sword is, I think at this point in the story specifically, like part of her. I think that in the page before, it's kind of implied that, like, she fell asleep holding the sword. You know, definitely the type of person you want to invite to your parties. She fell asleep on the couch with it right next to her. She and the raccoon had a long night, yeah. Oh, aha. Funny story, I was on the wrong layer that whole time. Alright, there's a fix to this. But it's gonna be ugly. So what I'm gonna have to do because of that what is the best solution? I'm gonna delete this, refill it with her skin tone, and then just trust that, you know, me having to redo that is probably because it'll come out better this time. Doesn't everyone sleep with a sword under their pillow? Pink would like to know. I don't think everyone has a sword, but I think everyone that does tends to sleep with it close. Under your pillow, though, I mean, you gotta be real comfortable with being uncomfortable, you know what I mean? Like, I think a sword under your pillow is not exactly, like, the most comfortable thing, I would imagine. You don't? Photo taker does not sleep with a sword under his pillow. Or her pillow. Good to know. Their pillow. My swords are on a dresser on a stand. Big one on bottom, 2 smaller ones on top. Right, so you have the katana, right? And then you have the wakizashi, and then you have the tanto. And specifically, Tracy uses a wakizashi, which is the middle size of a, typical 3-sword set. And specifically, the wakizashi is an indoor sword, or for tight quarters, close spaces. Katanas are generally for outdoors, and tantos are generally more ceremonial and ritual, including, like ritual suicide. The tanto would be used as the what word am I looking for? Whatever. You know what I mean. So Tracy uses a wakizashi, and I think part of the reason for that is any reason at this point in the story, any reason she would have to battle would be indoors, because her job is protecting this warehouse that is attached to her apartment. It's part of her grandfather's international crime syndicate, including drug smuggling, and later on, as she finds out to her dismay, other things as well, which she does not tolerate or stand for. So a lot of her style of fighting is designed to be indoors in a warehouse, in a tunnel. So I think for that, the wakizashi makes sense. And then Nicola, the raccoon, eventually ends up using the tanto as a sword, because he's a raccoon, and for him, the tanto is like the size of what a katana would be, which is just, I think, a cute detail that tickles me. It tickles me. But I take do you stream creative? You like a regular Twitch user, or? I'm just curious. You don't have to tell me, obviously. I just always, I like to know what other people do, and no, not a creative person. I spend all of my off time watching all you talented people. I am just a photographer. Oh, photography is image making. I mean, that's totally creative. That's awesome. But yeah, I guess it would be hard to stream taking photos, right? Just logistically, I don't know how you would do that. Heroshine followed. Whoa, awesome! Thank you so much. Thanks for the follow. J Squared is doing an ion detoxification foot bath. Tell me more about this ion detoxification foot bath. What does that mean, J Squared? In a whole different way, though, can't stream what I do. The people would not like that. I mean, I've seen people stream all kinds of stuff that sometimes I'm like, wow, I didn't think that would go over well, and sometimes it does, I think a lot of streaming is also, a lot of it is about the people in chat. As much as as an artist, I would like to think that the stream is about me, but really I'm here for people in chat. Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming. I would just be working on this alone right now. You know what I mean? Like, so I think as long as a streamer can realize that and make their stream cater to that, there's very few things, I mean, aside from things that Twitch won't allow, right? Like, in terms of service. Photo editing work. Oh, editing work might be a good stream. I'd watch that. Yeah, totally. It's my wife. She's pulling the toxins out of my nasty body. Good share, J Squared. Good share. That's awesome. I mean, the people I take photos of, oh, you shoot celebrities and models. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Right. Okay, your subjects wouldn't appreciate that. And you could possibly get in trouble for that if it's like stuff that you don't have the rights to be sharing. And, you know, breach of privacy. Yeah, I gotcha. Do you ever shoot stuff that is not part of that? Or is that like basically what you do is shooting like celebrities and stuff? Which is awesome, I'm just curious. I mean, and again, at any point, you know, you can just be like, okay, let's change the subject. I don't want you to feel like I'm like grilling you or anything. I just, you know, I like to get to know people and know who's who and, you know, have an idea when I'm talking to someone of what their interests are. I just like people. I mean, in general, not everyone, but you know what I mean. They might not like that, but we would. Yeah, well, I mean, I think as a photographer who photographs living subjects, respecting your model's wishes is like a, you know, it's a pretty important pact, right? And if you don't, not only is it maybe not cool, it'll also come back to bite you because word gets out about things like that. I do a lot of work with models for photo manipulations, and I haven't actually streamed any of my photo manipulations. And I definitely think that most of my models that I work with, most of the models that I work with probably really wouldn't appreciate people seeing unedited photos of them. It's like their career is based on their portfolio, and, you know, I have to respect that. And they're not even celebrities, so I can only imagine that, you know, if they were celebrities, you'd probably have to do your share of walking on eggshells, right? J Squared loves photography. I think all you need to know is this: it's important to me to share my strange things with you all. Awesome. Yes, I'm a photographer for the Renaissance fairs, also NASCAR and Indy car races. Awesome. That sounds like a lot of fun. I mean, provided that you're into that. Like, if you're like, oh, I hate the Renaissance fair, but I have to photograph it. Well, yeah, then I guess that's not a lot of fun, but I would definitely have fun photographing, doing photography at a Ren fair. Sounds like super awesome. You love it? That's great. Yeah, I definitely agree. That would be really sweet. I mean, that's just like all the eye candy that you want to photograph that stuff. It's like so yummy, right? Like, amazing, you know, period costumes and just fun stuff. And I definitely think to do that well, you have to be a creative person. I think even just to enjoy doing that, you have to be a creative person. Like, some part of you needs to, like, admire creativity and, like, want to capture it. Itokaga!
Itokaga has just joined the party. Everybody prepare to get down tonight. Real down. So very down.
Ito! Yeah, so I was just talking to Photo Taker here in the chat, who was letting me know that they shoot for Ren fairs and NASCAR, and what was the other one? IndyCar racing. So it's just, you know, you know how I do. I just kind of, like, a topic comes up and then I just ramble about it until a different topic comes up. I was just rambling about the idea of, you know, how I think, like, that is definitely, you know, something you'd have to be creative to be into doing, because those are such creative things, and to, like, make good images of them that, like, tell a story in a pictograph, really, like an image that conveys information about what's going on. Like, that's requires a creative person, you know. And also, I think, like, to just even have an interest in Ren Fair, some part of you has to be creative, because it's like, I don't know, I always think art appreciators are definitely creative, and I think a lot of times they just don't realize it. But then also, photography is a creative art. So I was just like, you know, grooving on a pic, ruminating on all that, rambling, subjecting everyone to my mouth dribbles. The next 20 weekends are nothing but Ren fairs. Also have the NASCAR races here in SoCo. Oh, that is SoCal, Southern California. That is awesome. Wow. 20 weekends of Ren fairs. Not usually my style to say this, but I'm a little jealous. No, that's awesome. I really hope you enjoy the heck out of that, because that's just golden. Ito, how's your night going? I think Ren fairies live in a fantasy world, which is fully creative immersion. Yeah, totally. But yeah, you know, you don't have to be a Ren fairy to like the Ren fair too. You know, some people like go there not dressed up, but just love seeing everyone else dressed up, and that's cool. You know, haven't been to one, you need to go to one. I haven't been to a Ren fair in a long time, but it's definitely something I love doing. J Squared is full of rusty metal. Well, J Squared, did you know that actually the largest pores in your entire body are on your feet? And a lot of the heaviest, like, metals and toxins in your body are pulled down, you know, by gravity and kind of, like, settle in the excretory glands, like the sweat glands and all that, down at your feet, because they're the heaviest. So, I mean, it's not necessarily a picture of your whole body. It's just saying, like, that's probably the worst of what your body has to offer. The worst of what you've got to get rid of, you know? – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – Seriously, this water is orange. Really? Yeah. No, the largest pores in your body are in your feet, and the reason for that is actually that the thickest callus on your body is also your feet. So the pores have to be super large for, you know, vital excretions, both for the purpose of getting rid of waste, but also for, you know, lubricating your skin and, you know, just general skincare, right? Those pores have to be super, super large just to be able to permeate. Pretty fascinating stuff, huh? Artist's anatomy. No, I'm just kidding. That has nothing to do with artist anatomy. I'm just, you know, one of those people who just loves knowing about that kind of stuff. As are you, so that's why I figured it was worth sharing. Your wife is agreeing with me? Awesome. Your wife was like, man, that guy's so stupid, why do you listen to him? I'd be like, oh. I both love and hate Ren Fairs. I love to go and hang out. I have to turn off the history part of your brain. Oh, because Pink knows, like, everything about freaking history. Because Pink is, like, super buff about that stuff and is a teacher and educator on a lot of different levels, right? And is, you know, working on and writing a lot of fantasy but historical, like, period pieces. So, you know, in that world, you know, to excel, to do well, which Pink is. I'm sorry, Pink, I'm answering for you. You can feel free to disagree with me or tell me to shut up or tell me that's rude, but I also, you know, I like to let people know that I listen to them. My way of doing that is relaying what they've told me. So, yeah, to be able to do that well, it requires, like, understanding actualities of the way things work and what happened. But also, it's kind of just, like, fun, you know? It's like a... I think all creatives have their geeky fetish, you know? And I think Pink and I really hit it off early on, getting it, like, realizing how much we both have, like, a geeky fetish for that kind of info. And I think, you know, when you go to a Ren fair and you actually, like, know a lot about Renaissance history, it can be like, this isn't accurate, that's not accurate, that's not, and you just want to go around correcting everyone. But, like, that's not the point of a Ren fair. Like, they're not trying to be like, this is what the Renaissance actually factually looked like. It's not a museum, you know, it's just fun, period fantasy, and, you know. So you have to kind of turn off the part of your brain that really wants things to be super accurate, you know. I think that's what you were saying, right, Pink? Right, the fashions of thousands of years all mashed together, right. Yeah. J Squared says Ren fairs have the best food, and by that he's talking about giant turkey legs and giant pickles, which I agree are best. The one starting up here, April 9th, is the longest running Ren fair. It's the one that started it all, 55 years this year. Wow, awesome. That's in Southern California? Cool. Not yet. I have some pics from... Wait. Oh, Ito, any photos? Yeah, not yet. I have pics from the fitting the other night while I was working. I actually go steampunk to the Ren Fair a lot as a time traveler. That's awesome. Yeah, seriously badass. Steampunk. Turkey leg and mead. Yeah, like a yard of mead, right? Sneaks her own mead in. Yes, Pink makes mead. All of you bow. Like, literally, you know, brews it and makes it. Pink actually streamed making mead, what was that, just a couple weeks ago, right? Anybody who likes awesome things should go and give Pink a follow. Just saying, if you haven't given Pink a follow, go give Pink a follow. In the chat, you can just click on Pink's name, and a little thing will pop up, and, you know, one of the options is follow. Strongly advise giving Pink a follow. I also strongly advise giving J Squared a follow. Who else is here that streams right now? James Groeling is here, but he's not in the chat because he is making food or just waiting for me to take my next break so he can rib me about it, or both, possibly both. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. Shout Pinkalicious7, yep, there's a link to Pink's channel. Oh, you just followed her tonight? Awesome. Yeah, Pink's great. And shout J Squared. Shout James Growling. Woot. Lindsay is quick on the trigger with those shouts. Thank you, Lindsay. Alright, I better move along because otherwise what's going to happen is this panel is going to look like super, rendered, and then like my other panels are just not going to hold up, or other previous pages that I've done. Sometimes I just like have fun in conversation and I'm just like working, and then like I just forget to like space it out. And my way of correcting that is to like rail myself, give myself a little ribbing out loud, and then you're all subjected to Jayel's anti-Jayel sentiment. It's all in good fun. Lindsay, what is Tracy's sword's name again? You ever... I think I remember you saying that you had a name for the sword. All the best swords have names. Just follow J Squared. Thanks for the follows. Yay! Y'all can always like my Etsy shop and Facebook page. Oh yeah, we should make a shout out specifically for Ito with links to her Etsy shop and Facebook page. You can post a thread here, or a link rather. You can post a link here, but you can also post one in Discord. Your phone thinks Jayel is John? Huh. Oh, you were typing on your phone and it auto-corrected to John. Interesting. I could never do this. I don't have the... You have flecks of metal on your footbath water. Wow. Have you been walking around barefoot in, like, scrapyards lately? Because I could also do it, I don't have the patience to sit and do this for that long. Yeah, I think for me it's like therapeutic. I love it. If you're talking about like image making like this, and the amount, the longevity, the sustainability of like how much I can sit down and do a piece for increases with every piece, with every day. Like maybe that's an exaggeration. But, I mean, as I've done it, I've been able to do it longer and longer, like anything else. But to be able to achieve that, what it requires really is just loving doing it. If you love doing it, you're going to do it enough to the point where your tolerance for doing it will increase. If you don't really love it, but you sort of like it and think it's cool, you're probably not going to get to that point. That's what I think. Like, and some people don't really know that they really love it. And they just think, oh, I can't imagine doing that. But then, like, they try it, and, like, they're like, holy shit, this is totally me. This is what I need to do. Like, I was actually just watching a streamer. I really sadly cannot remember her name. But I think she was saying, like, she was, like, 30 when she first realized, like, oh, the reason why I can't, like, I draw like a kid, I can't draw. And then, like, she realized the reason why she thought that was because she stopped drawing as a kid. So her skill level stopped as a kid. And she was just like, you know what, F that. I'm gonna start drawing. And, like, she started at, like, 30 or something, and now she's, like, this amazing freaking artist, you know, and she's been doing it for, like, I don't know, a decade or so since then. I really don't know, but, like, she's just amazing. And, like, just, you know, one day just realized, like, shit, I really want to do this. So she started doing it and got better and better, and now she's, like, amazing. Like, I was blown away by her illustrations. Everyone's looking at Ito's new stuff. I want to see. I don't know if we named her sword right. Oh yeah, you named your sword Tracy, which is a approximation of Tracy's sword. That's right. Von Clank? Von Clank. Oh, is that sword name? Oh, snaps. Wrong layer. And wrong brush. That is certainly one thing. When I'm doing traditional, I don't have to wonder what brush I'm on, and I don't have to wonder what layer I'm on. Ugh. That still trips me up, because, you know, I learned traditionally. And granted, I've been using Photoshop since, like, 98. But, I mean, I went to school for traditional illustration. I've been a traditional illustrator my entire life, since I first realized that I could make images with, like, you know, ketchup on my, you know, whatever, French fry plate. Like, I've been an image maker. So I'm still kind of learning, still calibrating my, like, mind to handle the Wacom, because I'm, like, looking up at my screen, but I'm drawing down here. So it is actually, you know, it's an algorithm that your brain has to develop for hand-eye coordination, and it's a specific algorithm that you don't normally use. You don't use that for anything else. In some ways, it's similar to playing a video game. You know, controlling the direction that a character is moving in while looking at a screen while your hands are down here. I mean, that's a specific algorithm that your brain has to develop, right? It's kind of like that, and I'm still kind of new with the Wacom, so that algorithm is just not tweaked enough yet. It's not fully tweaked. But 20 more minutes, and I'll be back to harass you. Vanishes. James just appeared and disappeared. Silas for a sword. That's effing hilarious. A meatball in traction. Von Clank is my steampunk Etsy. My other is Green Jeans. Awesome. I'm also on Facebook from the soul and Instagram from the soul. Yeah, so as it is now, I have like shouts for my shout command is programmed specifically for streamers, but for non-streamers, I'm definitely gonna have to something I don't know why I didn't think of it. But I'm thinking of it now, so I will come up with something. It'll be awesome. Or a disaster, and then I'll have to change it, and then it'll be awesome. But eventually it'll be awesome. You know, I don't always get things right on the first try. Especially when it comes to, like, you know, working on my bots. Like, sometimes I try things, and locally they seem to work well, but then in stream they just don't, or they have like a bad effect for some reason, or like something comes out unintendedly uncouth, you know? Although I can't see how a shout link for a specific creative could come out poorly. I'd have to really do something wrong. Like typo something horribly in like some amazing way that just makes like a horrible like statement that I wasn't trying to or something, you know. I don't know. I'll check for typos. Those dudes, steampunk cuffs. Oh, guys, Pink, you gotta post those links on Discord so when I'm done streaming I can look at them. Do it. We must resist the urge to fall into Etsy holes. Nope, do it. Fall into Etsy holes, especially if there's someone that we all know and admire like Pink or Ito. What's the average time for you to get one of these pages completed? Okay, so there's 2 of these pages that I'm working on now. Well, I have another one after this. and I started drawing these. Well, okay, I put in a few hours roughing them. I'm gonna try and math this out with you, so forgive me for not giving you a short answer. I just don't actually have like a proper short answer. But I probably spent about like, I don't know, 5 hours doing the roughs. And then I did a 6-hour stream Tuesday night, I think, or that's my average anyway, doing the pencils. Maybe it was like 5 hours again. And now I'll probably do a 5 to 6 hour stream tonight, maybe longer, depending, to do the coloring. So that's, you know, we'll say an average of like, say 16 hours for 2 pages, so probably 8 hours a page. So about a full workday of skilled labor. Trained skilled labor. And that's not including think time. I wish I could get paid for think time, right? I wish I could get paid. No, I'm just kidding. Which thread should we post these links in? The promote streamers? Yeah, and I might change it to promote creatives. Yeah, how about that? I will probably end up changing the name of that thread to promote creatives because it's an oversight on my part. I think putting it in promote streamers for now is fine. I don't want my community to be exclusive to people who happen to stream on Twitch. Like, granted, I love Twitch and I want it to be a big part of that community, but I don't like exclusivity. Does nothing for the great spirit of collaboration. Exclusivity, sorry. Change is good. EKZ Booty 2, EKZ Booty 2, X Booty 2? What are you saying? Did you type that with your butt? Did you mean to write that? Is that some kind of secret code? When we promote my shop, it's promoting you too, Jayel Draco. Woo! BB and VA, creatives need somewhere to steal viewers from gamers. Not steal, just get some of their numbers. Creatives need somewhere to steal viewers from gamers. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that, but I'm intrigued. Oh yeah, because of the logo. Yeah, I know what you meant. Yeah, I'm really proud of that logo. I like it. It was inspired. Talked about it, and you had some really cool thoughts about that, and I actually even like remember the day that I worked on it. Stuck with me. Shug butts because of the logo. Shug buns. Ah, I am too. It's perfection. I wish creatives could get half the viewers that gamers get here on Twitch. Oh, yes. I agree. And I definitely think, unfortunately, the change that was recently made to communities versus hashtags really was a nice thing for gamers and really hurt creatives. Most of the creatives that I know that are like building an audience have been terribly hurt by only being able to put in one community. Because like most creatives that I know can't define themselves by one community. I mean, like, are you doing comics, or are you doing traditional, or are you doing watercolor? Like, actually I'm doing traditional comics with watercolor, or actually I'm doing digital comics with Photoshop and a Wacom. Like, those are two completely different streams. They're in one community now, and you have to choose which one of those things. Like, most of the creatives that I know have a cocktail, you know, a cocktail of things that they do. And by being forced to, you know, choose which of their kids survive in naming that cocktail, it's horrible, you know? Like, no creative should be forced to do that. And clearly that was a decision made by someone who's not a creative. And I think that that's an oversight issue. I don't think that management decisions should be done by people who lack experience in whatever it is they're managing. I think creative management should require the person making decisions to be a creative. I think gaming management should require the person making the decisions to be a gamer. And I think the oversight on both of those two things should require someone to have the wisdom to appreciate the difference between those two things and, you know, see them as two different things that should be treated differently. It's unfortunate. According to the community thing, I'm a woodworker. Okay. So you're saying according to the community thing, and do you feel like being a woodworker sums up who you are as an artist? I mean, I don't know. I know very few artists that can be summed up. That whose artistic identity can be summed up in a word. I know very few artists. I know a couple of technicians whose creative identity can be summed up in a word, but and some artists, you know, and cool for them, but it's not very common for creatives, I think. A delicious hot cocktail of drunken creativity. It's divine. Not even close to accurate. Yeah, exactly, that's my point. Oh well. You know, I hope, I've looked it up and I've asked a lot of people, and everyone that I've asked who's a creative is like, yeah, this is horrible. It's hurting me, it's hurting my stream, my viewership has dropped by like, you know, I've gotten reports of people's viewership dropping from anywhere to like 50 to 75%. I mean, come on, like, if the entire creative community, and that's big, if their viewership is dropping that much, yeah, sure, that's not sinking your company, but it's not doing your company any favors either, you know? And creatives pull a lot of new people to Twitch, because a lot of creatives have huge fan bases, maybe not on Twitch, maybe on Twitter and Tumblr and Facebook, you know, and when a new creative signs up for Twitch and they start building their community, what you have is people that have never been on Twitch before, who are now joining Twitch just for that one creative. You know, just because that creative is someone they're a fan of or a friend of, or, you know, sorry, I'm missing the conversation. I love to see folks' artiness. Spin logs into art, into usable kitchen item. Oh, awesome. Like on a lathe? I did a brewing stream just because I've never seen anyone use that community. Awesome. I'm new to it. I can post in chat, or I can send you private. I can upload them to Discord on their J squared. Benzie Baby and I do very few things the same, and we are lumped into the same community. Yeah, exactly. Right, and it's a lathe, right, awesome. Yeah, and it's one thing, like, when you're playing a game, right? Think about that. You're playing a video game that exists outside of you. Regardless of who is playing that game, it is the same game.
Sai the writer has joined the Drake crew at Jayel Draco's stream. Welcome, Sai.
Welcome, Sai. Sai, yay! Hi, Sai. How are you? I was just in the middle of a rant, but I want to hear all about how you're doing, and I want to say hi and stuff, and thank you for stopping by. Always appreciate your company. You hit your space bar? Oh, is it like you click on it and sometimes it just doesn't take? That's a thing. Sorry to hear that. Oh, there's some space bars being jerks. What can you do? What are you ranting about? Oh, I'm ranting about the change in from hashtags to communities for creatives. So, you know, and realizing that for a lot of gamers, like, it's not a problem, it's a non-issue. In fact, I've heard some gamers say that, like, it actually has been good for them. But, like, almost all of the creatives that I've talked to have just, you know, their streams have been devastated by it, unless they don't notice because their fan base is already so big that, like, people are going to be there anyway, and that they have, like, tons of regulars anyway. But yeah, you know, and I was just talking to BB and VA, and, you know, we were just kind of commiserating about how, like, you know, being lumped in with people whose work is nothing like yours into one community, and how that just is weird, and it's clear that that decision was not made by a creative. You know, regular stuff to bitch about. Smurf Buried Barbecue. Creatives are second-class citizens. In a lot of ways. Rodeska, hello, how are you? Thanks for stopping by. Oh, you hosted, awesome. Thank you so much, Rodeska. How are you guys doing tonight? How's everybody? So, yep, second-class citizens, and that's in a lot of ways. I mean, even, like, so many, like, I don't know, online, you know, social networks, for example, and, like, sites, like, there's always, like, so many options of what kind of video is this? What kind of, you know, job do you do? And then there's, like, for art, the options are, like, advertising or movies. And it's like, what? There's no illustrator, there's no, you know, and I can't choose two. Like, actually, I do animation, and I do illustration, and I do sculpture, like, you know. I'm doing alright. Sorry, Rodeska, you just kind of walked into, like, just a crazy rant. It's not, I'm not, like, upset or anything, I'm just having fun. You know, it's how I do. Sometimes I just, like, a topic comes up and I'm like, yeah, that's something to latch onto, and then I just rant about it. Telling me that scroll sawing and wood turning are the same thing is like telling Picasso that comics are the same as his paintings. Right. Yeah, you know, or like saying a car and a bicycle are the same thing. They aren't, you know? They're just different. Clearly not the same. It's okay to rant away. This is interest. This is interest. Awesome. Yeah, but you know, for people that are new here, I don't want to just be like in the middle of a rant that I'm stuck on, you know? I want to be like, hey. So, let me think. I think actually I'm at a good spot right now. It's 9 o'clock, so this is like on the minute that I normally take a little 5-minute break, which helps me for my sustainability and the longevity of my stream. I have another page to do after I finish coloring this one. But also, for anyone that's like just showed up, when I do take breaks, I play my reel, and my reel shows, you know, examples of my work, animation, VFX, motion graphics, and then I play our Oneshi Press video, which shows a little bit about these projects that I stream. And I generally alternate between 3 projects when I stream, and that is Children of Gaia, and I have a few different Children of Gaia projects. Like I just finished working on Children of Gaia Great Nations of Rendaria, which is an art book, and I'm now streaming the next week. Actually, I'll be streaming Tuesday and Thursday from Children of Gaia. I'll be streaming War and Horses, which is our next project. That's still kind of just starting. This week, right now, what I'm doing is Tracy Queen. So Tuesday, I did all the drawing traditionally. Rudeward! Awesome! Thank you for the follow. Awesome, thank you so much. So, how are you doing tonight? I hope well. I'll just wrap up what I was saying real quick. Yeah, so, you know, Tuesday I drew this Thursday I'm coloring it. Next week, Tuesday and Thursday, I'll be working on War and Horses, and then the week after that I will move on to Pack, which is a comic book. So Pack is very similar to Tracy Queen, which I'm working on right now. And, you know, that's the same kind of breakup. Like Tuesday and Thursday I will be working on that comic. Tuesday I'll be doing all the line work and traditionally, and then Thursday I'll be coloring it digitally. So yeah, in our little video when I take my break, you'll get to see all about that stuff. So hopefully I won't lose you when I take 5. If anything, I'll be giving you something that maybe is a little bit more engaging than watching me very slowly and tediously color this page. Man, I usually look for comic streams and I want to see it all, but when I'm sketching, do I not stream in comics? It's part of the comics process. Yeah, exactly. There's so much more information there. Like I said, it's like a cocktail, right? Like, you could be doing sketching for comics with traditional medium, or you could be doing, like, digital illustration for comics. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many different combinations of things that you could be doing. It's just really weird that someone thought it made sense to combine all those things and say, oh yeah, one description for all of that stuff should suffice, right? Like, no, it definitely shouldn't, actually. I mean, like, that's a great disservice to your craft if you're boiling it down to one word. And makes it very disorganized to try and find the type of stream that you want to watch, you know? Ah, look, I'm back on the rant already. That didn't take long. Yep, now I'm 3 minutes late for my break. My break is gonna be so upset at me. Smurfberry BBQ, BBQ, thank you so much. Thanks for the follow, I really appreciate it. Hope you are enjoying the stream, and yeah, if you have any questions or, thoughts about anything that I'm saying or what I'm working on or whatever, everybody feel free to join in the chat if you want, or don't, it's totally cool to like just hang out. I don't mind. But yeah, this is a friendly stream, friendly environment, friendly chat. We keep good company here. Everybody make yourself at home. Really, the only rules are just don't be a jerk to anyone, and that's it. Cool. Easy peasy. I think I need you to order me to take a break. I think I'm stuck, but I think I need to stretch. And no pants! SketchUp planning, cemented bowl, digital art, woodworking, is that segmented? A segmented bowl, digital art, woodworking, any ideas? SketchUp plan. Can I be a jerk to myself? You can. I'll probably, be like, hey, don't be so hard on yourself. But you can, sometimes I'm a jerk to myself. I should admit that. Sometimes I think I'm a little like, wow, man, if you were saying that to someone else, you'd tell yourself to stop. What's up with that? Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. You all can see my videos, and I will be right back, and I hope not to lose any of you while I'm gone. But if you have to go, I totally understand. I will not be offended.
Hi, I'm Lindsay G. I'm the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, I'm Jayel Draco. I'm the illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of progressive, immersive, gorgeous books in print and digital formats.
To start with, we'll be keeping 3 original concepts in production.
Our first 3 are a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book.
Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a feminist, sex-positive, sci-fi graphic novel about a self-made porn star named Tracy.
who fights her way free of her grandfather's organized crime syndicate, only to get caught up in the porn industry politics and gang warfare.
The fiercely independent, brilliant Tracy decides to fight her battles on her own terms. With the help of her best friend, a talking raccoon who happens to be an electrical engineer,
She creates an army of cyborg clones to help her fight back against the forces of conformity, sexual repression, and evil. Pack.
our gritty vigilante comic book with a surprisingly humane heart, Pack tells the story of a masked crime fighter named Patience.
And the 6 dogs with whom he roams the dark streets of crime-ridden Brooklyn.
Together as a pack, these ruthless vigilantes sniff out corruption
And deliver their own bloody form of justice to those who they decide deserve it.
They put crime under the fang.
The Great Nations of Rendaria.
The Great Nations of Rendaria, our first art book, is an introduction to the vast fantasy universe that Oneshi Press is helping to create.
This book serves as both backstory and introduction to a diverse, intricate universe in which its narrator, Jan Kazian,
Has become obsessed with preserving the memories of the greatest civilizations his world has ever known.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is both a book in its own right, as well as an artifact from the larger story, Children of Gaia.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! Seriously, guys? Seriously? James? J squared? Oh, no, don't freeze. Stupid OBS. Go to digital. Do it. Do it now. I command you. Am I back? Did it work? There we go. Okay. Whoa, I thought I lost you for a minute. When in doubt, Draco out. Oh, come on, James. We can't all be James scrolling, that's for sure. Did a concept art of Tracy Queen, it was worth it. Yeah, that's gonna be going up soon, and I think we're gonna be printing that in our anthology with your permission. I know I already got verbal permission from you, but at some point we'll just send you something to sign and agree that what you want out of that is, you know, what we talked about. So. Cool. But it's a beautiful piece of artwork, and I'm really excited to share it. I was hoping to get a few other pieces from a few other people, but their schedules have not really permitted that yet. So, you know, I thought it'd be cool to be like, look at this gallery of awesome guest art. But you know, I think whatever, like what J Squared did is freaking awesome, and I just want to like show it off and be proud of it, and be proud of being friends with J Squared, and be proud of his work. I get the kids on the weekend, right? Right. Yeah, so how's everybody doing? James, are you back? Are you back from deep lurk? From eating? God, are you some kind of biological organism that needs to eat and stuff? Jayel, if you send me line art, I will totes color it. Oh, really? I mean, I think I would love to see how you would draw her in like your own style and your own line art, but if that's something you don't have time for and you just want to like do a watercolor or something, I would totally do that. That would be like fantastic fun, and I would love to, you know, put your links with it and be able to like promote you, and that would be super cool. I cooked so much. He's eating the whole time. Want some food porn? I don't know, I'm really freaking hungry right now. I'm like so hungry. The idea of you eating is hurting me, actually. I'm like picturing you enjoying food right now, and I'm like, oh gosh. Oh gosh. The answer to that is yes, I will share it. Alright, let's see. Let's see what James is eating. Oh, dude. Send me some! I need it! I need it! You want to do another Howie close-up? Awesome. That would be super cool. I would love that. Throws apples at screen. Breaks screen. I think sometime I'm gonna do... I want to try streaming a watercolor comic page. So James Groening and Pink are, well, Pink is mostly has been working in watercolors on this comic, graphic novel, 2 of them, for a long time now, and the second one is coming out soon. The first one is out. And they're watercolor comics, and James is working on one now, but he works on a lot of different stuff in a lot of different mediums. Pink also does a lot of different stuff and different streams. Like, for example, and a great one is, you know, Pink's mead brewing stream, which was awesome. But yeah, so the point of that ramble is just to get to the idea that both Pink and James have been streaming watercolor comics, and I've just been watching it, and I'm like, man, that's so cool. And not that I could like do as well as either of them, because it's definitely not a skill that I've focused on honing, but I really admire it, and it's inspiring to watch it, so I want to do that just as like a fun thing. And I highly suggest anyone who hasn't already, who's interested in finding, you know, new streams that are awesome, to follow Pink and James and J Squared. All of them do the creative streams, and they're all awesome to watch. I don't want to be missing anyone though. Want that chicken? BB and VA wants that chicken. Yep, so do I. It's hailing again? Whoa. Oh, right, I'm sorry. Yours is acrylic. My bad. You did say that. Now I feel ashamed. You're gonna stream cosplay sewing on Saturday. Awesome. I had to drive home through it earlier. Yeah, it's been snowing here today, really hard. But it's been like too warm for the snow to stick, so it's been like that kind of icky, slushy snow. Shout James Grueling Art. Woo! Alright, now, Pink, you shout I am J squared, and then, James, you shout Pink. Watered down acrylic. Yeah, I mean, it's like, so, I mean, you use acrylic like watercolors, though. Like, I have a set of tube watercolors, you know, not the flat cakes. And when I work with them, it is very much like watering down acrylics. It just dries differently. Any sage advice for a new creative streamer? Definitely. So, join my Discord, and if someone can just type !Discord to pull up the link for that. If you have Discord, if you don't, it's a really lightweight program to install. It doesn't take up much, and I have a tech help channel that has already helped, you know, a couple of people, and in private messages if it's something you don't want to post. Oh, thank you so much, Lindsay. Lindsay just brought me a burrito. Oh, I'm so lucky. But yeah, through the Discord, I can definitely, one of us will certainly get back to you. It's like a race of who will get back to help you. We foster a really strong, hopeful community. I think the idea of the community is that, like, collaboration and uplifting each other and helping each other is a strength to all of us. And so there you can get tech help specifically, or just advice, you know, but also I think one of the things about streaming is it's really important to understand that your stream is a reflection of you, but it's not about you. It's a reflection of you in how you cultivate friendships and relationships with your audience. But really it's about your audience, because if you're streaming alone, it's not a stream, you know? You're just shouting into the void. And for me, it's been really important to come to this wonderful realization that, like, the point of me streaming is you guys. You know, it's everyone in the chat and how you're, you know, I end up with these chats that are just filled with nice people that are creative in one way or another, even if they don't, some of you don't do creative work, or some of you do creative work, but it's not, like, necessarily visual art, you know? Like, there's a few people in here that might not call themselves artists, but I would call them artists. But it's just it's a friendly environment, you know? And I think it's really important to realize that, like, as a new streamer, that environment you cultivate, you know, by what you do put up with, what you do engage with, what you don't put up with, you know, what you encourage and what you discourage. That is going to make your channel, and that is going to shape your channel. That's going to determine what kind of people stick around and what kind of people don't. And no matter what, people are gonna not stick around, and other people will. Like, there will be people that come and check out your channel for 5 seconds and go, F this, and leave. You know, like, and then there will be people that stick around for 5 seconds and they go, there might be something to this. Let me stick around a little bit longer, you know? Streaming to myself is pretty boring. Done that a few times. Yeah, I do that. I've done that quite a few times. But what it takes is just to continue doing it. And anyone else thinking this music is perfect for this pep talk? Rodeska. Now I feel like a cheese ball, but that's okay. I probably am a cheese ball, and, you know, that's Maybe I just need to be surrounded by cheese balls and just be my cheese ball self and let the cheese balls stick around, and the people who are too cool for cheese ballery just leave, you know? And that's really what I'm talking about, is like, be yourself, and the people who like yourself will stick around, and the people who do not like yourself will leave, and you should be glad that they left. Honestly, I mean, some people feel like they need to do all the things to get all the people to like them, and they end up having all these people like something that isn't them. That's really unfortunate. And then you have to continue being this thing that isn't you. Why? So that's my advice, is just to realize how you are about your audience and the effect that that will have on your audience as it grows, and to realize that it takes time. You know, just keep doing your thing, keep being yourself, and people will stumble upon you, some will leave, some will stay, and after doing that many times, the amount of people who stay and come back will be people who like you and each other, because they'll all have that kind of thing in common. You know, they'll legitimately like you, and therefore they're probably all similar in some way, and they'll start to legitimately like each other, and that like builds a community, and that's really what it's about. Thank you for the honesty. Yeah, no, I mean, very taste raw salmon. Fuck's sake, what is that? Ito! Oh, good night, Ito! For fuck's sake. Can I start over? My followers hate me. I mean, I feel like there's some humor to that statement, and I definitely think, like, that can be great, you know, if that's what you want. Like, it can be really fun to have, like, a community based on an adversarial relationship. But if that's not what you want, then I'm sorry to hear that, first of all. But yeah, I mean, I don't see why you couldn't start over. But no, honestly, I mean, if that's like your jam, then that's awesome, you know, like, weird example, my bots, right? Like, I love them, and they hate me. Nah, they don't hate me. Yeah, no. I mean, I figured you were being humorous about it. Anyway, I ramble a lot, and I love thinking out loud, and I love, like, trying to answer questions. But that doesn't mean that I know what I'm talking about, you know? Like, don't confuse my ability to ramble for, like, me being sure of myself that I am right, you know? You gotta find what's right for you. Everyone's gotta find what's right for them, you know? Lol, bots. Yeah, see? Those bots, they hate each other. And they love each other. They love to hate each other. It's a Rod thing. Oh my god, Rodeska, that emote. Hot on the outside, icicle on the middle. But food. Ugh. Sorry guys, I just have to like shove half this down my throat right now. And then I'll get back to work. And I'll save the other half for a few minutes from now. Honestly, I want a couple of people to hang out in my shop, but it's too small to do in person, so I opened the digital door. Awesome, that's really cool, and that's you know, for a lot of people that's a big jump. It can feel scary, and when it's not all just happening at once all of a sudden, it can feel like you're wasting your time. Another piece of advice that I would follow that up with is don't try to do it all at once. You know, what I do for my stream, I have a goal where every week I will do one thing to enhance my stream. I'll add one command to Discord, or change my layout in some way, or, you know, just something to tweak my stream. Throw the whole thing, Draco, you can do it, we have faith in you. James, gasp. Put it all on your face hole, Draco. Face hole filling for the win. That's Jayel's next stream. IRL face hole fillage. Yeah, no, there's a few things that I could say about that, but I'm just not sure that it's appropriate right now. And the truth with statements about that is however you take them is a reflection on you, because I didn't even finish that sentence. Aha, zing. Yeah, you could charge money for that on some campsites, but you could also get kicked off of Twitch for that if it goes a certain way. Reflected on me, BB. I mean, eating in particular. Oh my. Oh my. Wait. I think.
Oh my.
There we go. That's what you meant, Sai. You didn't finish the burrito either, so whatever. Meat fail. I think it has a cooldown, so when it's used once, it won't be usable again for a little bit. I think it was LD Bean that sent me the link for that, or told me where to find it, or something. She has that on her stream, and backs me up every time. And I was like, I need that on my stream, and she was like, just fucking look this up and put it in, dude. But she didn't say it like that, because she's really awesome and nice. I was adding that subtext in, of me being annoying. I'm sure even if I did annoy her, I would never know because she's just that nice. Also, another really good creative streamer that I would suggest anyone follow. Maybe we could get a shout for LD Bean. So James Groeling Art and LD Bean were like the first two people that I followed on Twitch. James first, because I actually didn't even know what Twitch was until James one time put up on Facebook that he was going live on Twitch, and I was like, what? Let me see this. And I went, and I was like, hey, this is awesome. How do you do that? And he was like, dude, just fucking join Twitch and stream, man. And I was like, what? I can't do that. And he was like, yeah, you really can. Just do it. And he talked me into it, and then I did it, and I was like, I love this so much. Who is nice? I am. LD Bean. Oh no, so it's without the @ sign. It's just shout, and then space, and then LD Bean. Without the @. But thank you. Because it already puts in an @ automatically. No, it's good, man. I'm learning. I have a single goal at the moment, 2 projects a week. After a few weeks, people are... chat's moving up. Okay. After a few people are around to give feedback, I will then start making stream improvements until real feedback happens. I have my kids watching. Awesome. Well, I'll follow you, and I will try to catch your stream and give you some feedback. In fact, I'm gonna follow you right now. I feel like there's also a few other people here that maybe I'm not following that are streamers. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I am following already everyone who's a streamer. I don't know anymore. Where am I? Shh, Draco, I got it. Oh, that's the lag. I guess you got it before I said it. Here we go. Look at that Bean Shout. Bean Shout strong. James Bean Strout good. Bleh. I talks good. May I post an IG so you can see what I make? Yeah, absolutely. Please do. This song, right? It's so good. So this is from Final Fantasy Distant Worlds. It's just so cool. That is awesome. Wow. That is super cool. Really gorgeous. The Goblet of Fire. Right? Yeah, the grain is so beautiful. Really cool shape too. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should do that. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I'm gonna do that now. Bam! Oh. Alright, Alright, so what else has to be done to this page? I guess just adding in my borders. And possibly some light streams might be cool. You know what I'll do also? I will compare this page to the page that takes place right before this to really get a good sense of anything that I might be missing, anything that I can do to enhance it without going overkill, because I don't want to make this page better than the page before it. When I say better, I just mean like more detailed, more worked on. Like that's something with sequential art that can happen. You can make one page that's just like way better than the previous page, and it makes the previous page look wrong or bad. I don't know. I mean, I can always go back in and enhance the previous page, but beyond a certain point, you have to have your like, okay, this is my aesthetic. This is what I'm going for. This is my cutoff. Unless, you know, if you want to take like 20 years to do a graphic novel, that's cool. That's, you know, some people's choice, and I respect that, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to make this something that I can pump out 8 pages quarterly for an anthology, so I need to be able to get it like to a streamlined, you know, streamlined workflow. Get my pipeline really solidified. Oh, Rodiska's got a split. See you later, Rodiska. Thank you so much for hanging out. So to enhance old one or downgrade the new one? Exactly, and that's the question. Eggman just got back from helping a friend put together his new PC. What did I miss? Eggman, you are always helping someone. Like, always. Eggman is never not helping someone. Kind of absurd and kind of amazing. And no, definitely totally amazing and kind of absurd. Very cool. So you missed all of the things, but there will be so many more things that you won't miss for the time that you are able to stick around. Yeah, Eggman just helped me the other day with my computer, actually. Donated a fan and helped me install it in the front component of my tower to get through breeze, cross breeze, because my computer, my CPU was overheating, and that was making my CPU fan really, really loud. So I had to have my noise gate on my stream set really high so that you wouldn't hear my fan, and it was like, it meant that I had to talk loud the entire time. And you know, when you're talking like this for like hours, you know, like by the end of it, your throat wants to kill you. So yeah, there's that. James says I took 15 breaks. Those were just James escapes. I had to escape James 15 times. Burritos are amazing. Yep, that two-mouth business. Noise gate is evil. Yeah, noise gate is really difficult to figure out. The noise gate in OBS. I don't know. So, do you stream with OBS, or are you using like? I know there's a couple other stream softwares that people use. I don't know any of the other ones other than OBS. But personally, you know, I've used noise gate in like recording software. And OBS noise gate is just not very intuitive. It's not the easiest thing to figure out. for sure.
To sing with you this song, to sing to you your song.
Use OBS on Linux. Whoa, gnarly. Alright, so if you're using a Linux, I mean, probably know more about computers than I do. And I'm not entirely dumb at computers. I mean, I've been using a computer since I was a kid, so... Well, not a kid, but... for a long time now. You know what I'm thinking for this panel? Seeing the background here just makes it look like she has no hair. I might just make that hair. I think I'll feel better about this. I'm gonna make a little change here. So the first thing to do is to get rid of any highlights in that area. I go onto my midtones layer and grab Tracy's hair color, paint it in there. Oh. There we go. So weird. So then, I'm just gonna put in a couple of streaky highlights. Hopefully that'll fix the problem I'm having. Yeah, no, Bald is awesome, but it's not Tracy. And that's the thing with sequential art. It's all about consistency and continuity. Unless that's like intentionally not what you're going for, which can be cool too. You know, I've definitely seen my fair share of sequential art that's like Oddworld and universe bendy, and things are not consistent, and there is not a sense of continuity, and that's cool for that type of, if that's intentional. But when it's not intentional, it's not good. Like, if everything you're showing says I'm not trying to do X, then it's cool, don't do X. If everything you're showing says I'm trying to do X and you fail at X, then it's not good. And that is in no way an attempt to encourage people not to try at things. It's just to say that when you do try at things, it's sometimes worth it to be a little overzealous in your ambitions and go back and fix things and change things and get them how you want them. I have to wake up at 4? Oh, beloved dub. Oh, man. Maybe a strand of hair hanging by the eye? Yeah, that actually might be a really good idea. I might add that in. Good night, Eggman. Thank you so much for hanging out. Sorry that you have to be up at 4. That's like not many hours from now. Yikes. We're in MST. So it is now 9:49. So being up at 4 is no joke. That is not many hours from now. That is like uncomfortably soon. There is no try, do or do not. Yes, I am one with the Force is with me. Wubble up a dub-dub, Eggman. It's 12 here, you have to leave at 7 a.m. Yeah, but James, you don't need sleep, like, right? You're like way cooler than that? Come on, James, you are way cooler than sleep. You don't even take breaks. One time, Chuck Norris tried to take a break and James made him cry. I kinda am, aren't I? James is greater than Z's. I would die without my 9 hours a night. I know, right? And right there, that is why I do not art. It's 12, yeah. What do you mean? You do not art? That cup you made, that you just shared on your Instagram, if that's not art, then neither is this. And if this isn't art, then what the heck am I doing? I sleep in hours, about 5 to 6 hours most nights. Pretty people need more sleep. Sometimes I just stay up for 2 or 3 days straight and then go into a coma. Good thing I am to fugly. No way, James. James is totally like, what is it? He's, so Chris Pratt, before he was famous, actually got reconstructive surgery to look like James. It's not perfect, but it's a close approximation. Chris Pratt is almost as handsome as James Groen. He's like the knockoff James Groen. You know, like when you go into a bodega and you see like Spider Hero action figures, and it's not quite Spider-Man. Chris Pratt is to James Groen as Spider Hero is to Spider-Man. I'm old enough now to take back all the times I did not want to nap as a kid, right? No, not like... Not husky Chris Pratt, like, more like closer to ripped Chris Pratt than husky ripped Chris Pratt. Blech. It's hard to say. Beefcake artist. Yeah, that's why you should follow James, right? And then, you know, anytime James goes to take a break, just lose your shit on him. Like, just completely make him cry. Yell at him. Do everything in your power to explain to him how horrible it is. For me. For the kids. For great justice. For all of the things that matter. Whatever you say, James, whatever you say. Of course, you know, I'm not buying it. Whatever it is that you're saying, I'm just flat out not buying it. You're saying things, I don't believe you. Beefcake! I'm the meat man. Call me Mr. Beefy. Mr. Beefy. One of my photos comes up in the search for beefcake fabric. Nice. Here's the dude holding it. And like the guy, the dude, the good. Who's the good holding it? That talks real good, in case some of you didn't know. Actually, I kind of want to get a counter for like every time I try to say something and just don't. That like a mod can just be like, yep, Jayel did it again, he tried to talk and failed. But now, if someone did that to someone else, I would be like, hey, that's not cool. But the idea of doing that to myself is hilarious. What is that? What's that all about? Like Salty's derp counter? Yeah, totally. You know, like there's death counters were made for gamers, right? And like people have all different kinds of variations on that. I've seen a lot of like butcher counters, like when you butcher someone's name. Yeah, that whole concept, you know, of just like, yep, you did it again. Stevie has a burp counter. Also, all my what? Nice. Oh, those are men nipples, so they're okay, right? Because men nipples aren't evil. We can have those on Twitch, right? That's how it works. All her money she donates on behalf of the derp counter to a cat shelter. Yeah, for derpy cats? No. Every time she derps and someone counts it, she donates what? Is it like 15 cents or adds 15 cents or something like that to the drive fund, whatever we call it. I know I've heard her explain it a few times now. I'm just real good at knowing stuff and retaining things Although, you know, if I spent less time, like, knowing completely irrelevant, like, information, I might be able to remember things like that better. I don't know, is any information really completely irrelevant? What am I saying? You guys, what am I saying? IG says man nipples are okay. Okay. Awesome. 50 cents a derp? Wow. Oh, okay, so I heard her saying it, right? And it was probably one of those times where I was like out of the room but listening. So 50 cents could sound like 15 cents. Yeah, but I knew it was something like that. That's cool. Yeah, Salty is awesome. Just so many freaking awesome people here on this old Twitchland thing. I feel like this would imply there's something breaking the light and causing a streak. I don't want to do that, so. But I feel like I want this panel to be brighter, more high contrast, and maybe just the outside part of it. So, maybe the thing to do is to create a special adjustment layer that will affect only the exterior of that panel. What I mean by that is I am creating a levels adjustment layer. I will call it P6 levels, so I know not to leave it there in a later file that I'm working on. I'm going to select all the exterior components of this layer. Right, so now I have all the outside stuff, and I'm going to make that a mask on this adjustment layer. So I will hit Control-Shift-I to invert my selection, and hit Delete. So now my mask should only allow this adjustment layer to affect what is selected right now. So now I click on Adjustment Layer Controls, and I can like blast some daylight into this. Still want to keep, you know, darks and maybe I don't want it to affect the sky because the sky is already like, I feel like the sky is pretty good, and now I'm losing it because of that adjustment. So I'm going to select the sky area and bring that back. And this will juxtapose hopefully nicely with the last time that we saw her through that window, which was the night before in this panel. I feel like that's doing what I want. Flaps on nins. Who ended up being your flatterer, Kappa? So, lol, flatter. No, I said flatterer for a reason. Flatter than flat. The flatterist. Flat McFlatterson. Definitely not Tracy. Ah, zing. No, not Tracy. Those nips are even eviler than the average lady nips. Oh, you all crazies. So, interestingly enough, J Squared was working on flatting these for me, and J Squared has never flatted before, so he was like, you know, the learning curve on that is huge. It's a very specific type of task. And I think is like getting a little pressury because like we're running out of time and he's gonna do it, but like still trying to figure out how he's gonna do it, and it was tough. And then like 45 minutes before my stream, my normal flatter wrote back to me and was like, dude, I finished these 2 days ago, but I didn't have internet. My internet died, and I had to get it fixed, and it just got fixed now, and here they are, finished. And he got them to me like 45 minutes before my stream, and I was like, oh. Okay. Because, like, normally I would be like, oh, you could have emailed me to tell me that your internet was down, you know, like, not really, can't do that, so, he did end up getting them to me, though, so. It all worked out in the end. The other thing that I have to compare this page to is the exact page before it actually takes place chronologically just before this scene. So they're at the same time of day. Roughly. I mean, you know, it's a few minutes later, but roughly. Jayel Draco saying things, blah blah blah. I feel like these work together, right? They live in the same universe, in the same world, around the same time even, maybe? Sorry, I'm just kind of doing a little cross comparison. New invention's called phones, yes, but my flatter is in the Philippines, and so when it was like 10:30 here, and I realized I hadn't received the flats yet, it was 1:30 a.m. tomorrow for my flatter, Ludwig. So I was like, shit, dude, like, I want to call him, but it's like 1:30 in the morning on Friday right now. Like, I can't. But also, I don't, you know, it's like super international. What has been fortuitous about it is generally on Tuesday nights when I finish my page, you know, I finish drawing them, I scan them in and email them to Ludwig and then go to sleep. And then when I wake up in the morning, the finished flats are there waiting for me because as I'm like getting ready to go to sleep, Ludwig is like just starting his day. So, you know, Ludwig's working on them while I'm sleeping, and then Ludwig finishes and sends them to me, and then I wake up, and they're already there. So it's like, great, I usually have them by, like, you know, I finish my pages Tuesday night, I wake up, and they're ready for me on Wednesday morning. J Squared, I believe you. If you say that, I believe you. You are, I've seen your line work, especially, I think, personally, if you work in Clip Studio, you've got really neat lines, and that's really what flatting is all about. You just get the neat outline of the shape, and then just paint bucket, flood fill the shape, you know? So you just outline it, and then fill it. Outline it, and then fill it. And I think if you can get that going on, I think you'd be really good at flatting. And you do a lot of, you know, work that you could be flatting your own work, and yeah, Ludwig is one of those magic shoemaking elves, but outsourced. James, what fairy tale is magic shoemaking elves not outsourcing? Well, actually, okay, so I didn't intentionally outsource. Like, I wasn't like, oh yeah, let me give it to someone in the Philippines. Like, Ludwig and I were just friends on DeviantArt, and one day Ludwig was like, I really like your work. Do you want me to flat it? I could do it, you know, like... And I was like, yeah, cool, that'd be awesome. Let me test it out with one. And I sent him one on a Tuesday night, and I woke up Wednesday morning, and no, two. And I woke up Wednesday morning, and they were done, and they were great, and it was totally affordable. And I was like, that's amazing. awesome. If this is cool for you, it's cool for me. So yeah, kind of a shoemaking elf. I don't know. Yeah, so that when I saw you working with Clip Studio, I think it was for Tracy Queen and the piece before it, which was from a video game that I wasn't familiar with. I wasn't paying attention, so I have no idea what flatting is. Awesome. Anyone know how to rotate text in Illustrator? Off the top of my head, no, but I think maybe try hitting Control and T or transform. That's what it is in Photoshop. I know that Photoshop and Illustrator are different. If not, there might be a rotation tool. Look for something that has like a, you know, a circle that with an arrow on one side that looks like it's doing this. Yeah, so actually I'm gonna start my second page in a minute, and yeah, so I think I'm done with this page. I think I'm ready to start my next one, and you can see what flatting is firsthand. I will show you. Let me just save this. Save it all. Save. And after I finish this next page, I will have 16 pages of Pack and 16 pages of Tracy Queen done, and that is enough for 2 anthologies, to have an 8-page installment of each one in one anthology after the next. So that's a pretty good place to be in. So the anthologies are going to be 3 months apart, so my plan is to build up as much buffer time as possible before the first one, so that, you know, when I'm working on the first one, I can focus on taking other artists who are submitting and contributing to the anthology and spend time, you know, putting them into the book nicely and presenting them well, and, you know, packaging the whole anthology as a collection. So I want to get, like, as much of a lead on this as possible, and I think it's, you know, it's coming along. So here's page 16. Oh, you know what? I should have left page 15 open for reference. Well, anyway. So here's an example of flatting, and I will break this down for you. I send this, my line work that I did Tuesday night, right? So this is my line work. I send it to Ludwig, and Ludwig sends back this. Just the shapes neatly separated. And, you know, some of the separations aren't necessarily perfect. They're not all accurate. There's some things I would have separated that he didn't. But most of the work is done. It's really easy for me to now go in and fix this. I have my inks on a separate layer. So now I can just use these separations to go in and make everything the right colors that I want, and then shade over them. So, you know, separating all these shapes into flat colors, for me, is just like busy work, and that's like time that I could have better spent on other things, and it's not, for me, it's more part of the technical process than the creative process. For me, for what I want to focus on. So, by hiring a flatter, I'm able to save myself. Half of my stream would be spent flatting one page, and then the other half would be coloring it. So now I get 2 flatted pages, I can color 2 pages in one stream. So I'm able to do, you know, to finish 2 solid pages in one stream, whereas before I was only getting 1 page done a stream if I was lucky, because flatting just takes a long time. It's just a lot of busy work. So I just, you know, outsource that part of it. And, you know, in typical comic book productions, you have one person doing the pencils, another person doing the inks, another person doing the flatting, another person doing the coloring, another person doing the lettering, and then another person doing production. So like each person is just working on one thing and passing it to the next person, working on the next thing, passing it to the next person. So it's like fire lining. So at any given moment, there's like 5 steps being done at once, like in a just fire line production, and that's how you're able to get like, you know, a 24-page comic every single month, because there's like 6 people working on it. Can you find me an outsourced guy for sanding? A belt sander? I don't know. Right? But for certain things, though, it would be nice, right? To just, like, be able to do that. To transform the type along with its bounding path, select the type object and use the rotate tool to rotate the object and text. To transform just the bounding path, but not the type it contains. Right. Okay, so that's J Squared's Google answer to Pink's question. And as far as Pink is concerned, that is Sanskrit. But thank you for the feedback, it's helpful. Sounds about right. If when I start doing digital coloring, may I ask for Lud's info. Yeah, totally. That'd be awesome. I would love to be able to get Ludwig more work than I can provide, because I give him like 2 pages, you know, 1 week, 2 pages the next week, and then the next week I'm working on War and Horses, so I don't give him any pages, because that's all just digital illustration for me. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't really give him very much work, so I would love to be able to like, be like, hey, here, you know, here's a referral to my guy, like, awesome, that'd be really cool. That's what children are for. That would put them in my shop. Yeah, we don't want that. My Illustrator have 2 object pickers. Yeah. So, yeah. Illustrator, it's confusing because there's a difference between the shapes and the paths that encompass those shapes. And a lot of that is for the ability to like clip things. Like maybe you want your text to go behind someone's head. So you want to be able to have this path that, you know, could shape out the person's head. And you can move that path around without moving the text. Or you can move that text around without moving the path. But if you just want to like move your text, like rotate your text, you want to be able to move both. So you have to have them both selected. So that means knowing like which arrow tool to grab and how to select with it, and then which tool to use to rotate. And it's just confusing. Yeah, everyone always needs a guy. So, and also like my Discord channel is kind of, I think, maybe on its path to becoming a place where, you know, I've got a guy. Like, yeah, I've got a guy. I've got someone to do that. You know, like, just put it up in this channel. Like, I really want to help build that kind of community where we're all helpful resources to each other's endeavors. You know, things that we just can't really sustainably do on our own. But, like, with a little help would be accomplishable. And I don't really know anyone who doesn't need that on some level, you know? These crazy ideas that I have. People coming together and helping each other. Blonde Tracy, yeah, it's super weird. So like, it doesn't matter what colors Ludwig uses, he's just separating these shapes for me. So Ludwig's just like, yeah, whatever, it's a girl, we'll make her blonde and light-skinned and like, you know, completely doesn't look like Tracy. She's not dressing like Tracy. Nicola's colors are all off. But that doesn't matter. I'm gonna color it anyway because I'm the visionary captain here. This is my piece, so what colors I use are really up to me. It's really just the footwork of separating it that I'm paying for, that I'm grateful for, that, you know, that's what I'm getting at. The last two commissions I had were for bowls were to photographers, a certain color and shape to do still lifes with. Nice, that's awesome. You all agree that I'm done. Okay, you're all great. I'm done for the night. Jayel, you shot rocks. I shot rocks. Jayel, you shot rocks. Shot is same as she is, but nice. Shit, phone, jeez. Later all. Good night, J squared. I know the need for a guy. They owe me photos for Etsy when I decide to open it. Right. Friends, I'm going to bed too. Gotta ride down to the publisher tomorrow. Awesome, Pink. I hope it goes amazingly. Good luck. Thank you so much for hanging out. J squared, thank you so much for hanging out. Good night, both of you. It's been super awesome. I really appreciate it. Your company means so freaking much to me. Yeah, check your mail. There will be more to follow. Thank you, Linz. I'm not sure how many of these I'll attack tomorrow morning. Right. Well, alright. Good night, Pink, and good night, J squared. Thank you so much for hanging out. You guys are awesome. Awesome! Awesome! Okay. So, let's get down to the dirty. I'm actually going to reopen that last page because I did quite a bit of color sorting there, and I'm going to recycle some of that color sorting, including copying over this updated palette at the top. Turn off everything that is affecting the colors so that I can just use them as straight up reference. For this. Now that all my flats are already separated, I can... Oh, let me just make sure there's nothing else affecting color that is turned on right now, because that could be bad. Okay. Cool. I'm just popping in the right the basic color scheme. That's super quick, super easy work. Except for like every now and then when something isn't quite separated the way I would separate it, then I need to like, you know, tweak it a little, but that's par for the course here. Nothing wrong with that. Right behind Tracy here should be her pillow, so I'm just gonna separate that from the couch. Mostly easy, quick stuff, right? Get Tracy's skin color. Oh, now it looks super crazy with her blonde hair and dark skin. So James, you see what I'm doing here, right? Like, just that idea of like, now that everything is separated, I can just quickly bang in the right base colors that I want, you know, just midtones. And then I can do my part of like the illustrating and highlighting over that. And focus on that and put my time into that stuff rather than putting my time into like, you know, just making selections and stuff like that. Seems helpful. Yeah, totally. You know, and when you're just trying to get like as much done as quickly as possible with a schedule, it's like anything that is helpful that is within your resources is just something to do, you know. Somewhere I have another page where the rest of that lamp is shown, and I know that it's in gray tones, but I don't exactly remember. Right, okay, so it's like a cool gray, the warm gray body. Yep, got it. Where else did I just see? Oh.
Would you address my queen, Lady Maria? Never shall you have Maria's hand. I would die before that day comes. Then with you.
Woo. Sometimes it helps to zoom in a little more. You know, it just occurred to me, if I did have other sage advice for a new streamer starting up, honestly, it would be to, hang out in other people's streams and make friends with people whose streams you like and ask them for advice. You know, it's like a really simple thought, but that a lot of people don't really do that. You know, they don't really think about it that way. I think that's great that you know, pop in and be like, hey, any advice for someone starting out? Like, yes, do exactly what you just did.
This day is yours, Draco. Curse you, should you
Egg peel music. That is exactly what I did. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I did, you know, like on your stream and on Bean's stream. And, you know, a couple other people, like Stevie. You know, these are people who, like, were doing it before me, and so therefore knew things I didn't, and they were friendly people who, you know, all had their help when they needed it. And, you know, understand the importance of the spirit of sharing and, you know, like, being helpful and, you know, community, like, for sure, there are people who, like, will respond as if you're trying to steal something from them. If you, like, ask them how they did something, or you ask them for advice, you know, they'll act like you're taking something from them. But I haven't found that very much on the Twitch creative community. Not saying it doesn't exist, but for the most part, the Twitch creative community has, to me, been super cool. If anyone has any experiences to the contrary, of course, I would love to just know, just to hear about it. You explored for a couple weeks before you started your stream. Yeah, that's... I didn't really... Well, I don't know, maybe I was watching your stream for a couple weeks before I started mine, actually. Maybe even more than that. And actually, so, LD Bean put a... What do you call it? A command up that tells you how long you've been following her for. I don't remember off the top of my head what the command is, but it was cool. And when I did it, I was like, wow, actually, I've been following you for like a few months before my first stream. So James, I don't know how long I've been following you for, but I know that I was following you before I was following her. Well, I guess that's not really a lot of information that I just conveyed, huh? I tried. What it's worth. Based on experiences elsewhere, I was very timid in my asking for any help. Google was my friend. Too much was aimed at gamers to be super helpful, though. Yeah. I think I haven't had it directly, but I know some people are a bit dickish about things, even in creative. Mostly though, peeps seem cool. Made the same command, and then somehow broke it. Haven't messed with it again yet. Right? Yeah, I think there's also, you know, there's a lot of crossover between gamers and creative. Like, there's a lot of people that do both. And I think when you are coming into, I don't want to like say too much about this because I don't really know. It's just like me trying to guess at the reasons behind things that I've observed, and I will certainly say that my observations are the stream of Lord Dangerbean awaits your mind. LD Bean may or may not be lurking in the shadows like a hero in the night. I am the bean that perfects your burrito. I am Darkwing Duck. No, Drunkbot, shh, you're breaking my cover. Creative Twitch is still too new to have a dedicated community to help with things like camera angles for work. Yeah. Yeah, shout. It's shout. Shout, LD Bean. Like this. Oh yeah, like that. Ha! Shout out. What the fuck? No worries. Thank you for trying, though. Yeah, everyone does. Everyone does. It's so true. And you're like a mod for like 15 freaking people, so maybe more? I don't know. Am I wrong? Is it more than that? LD Bean, what you doing? How did the rest of your stream go? Did you finish making Damien Smith and his party gear? Yeah, I'm on so many people. There's apparently an ease at getting partnered as creative streamers over the highly competitive gaming streams. The problem is that some people will do creative till they get partnered, then go over to gaming where the income and donations are more plentiful. You know, people always gotta play games, right? Like, whatever. I mean, that's cool, I guess. Kudos to you if you can confuse people. And it works for you. Not my style, not my cup of tea. No, I still have a lot of work going on. Traveling in uncharted territory is cool. There was rumors last month that I came across. There were rumors last month that I came across of them splitting the partnerships. You know, a lot of people are hoping, I think, for a split between creative and gaming because of the fact that for a lot of people, things that are helpful to gamers are hindrances to creatives, and things that are helpful to creatives are hindrances to gamers. And I think, you know, Twitch is really dedicated to trying to like make this work as one big family, which is cool and kudos to them. But, you know, at the end of the day, it might go that way. You know, it might just prove to be like, hey, you know what? They're two different things. You can have an account for both if you really want. You know, that might be the answer. I don't know. I can't say, but it sure is interesting to think about. And for definitely, I've heard no shortage of people that, you know, were definitely upset about like the single communities thing for creative, but really stoked about it for gaming. So that's just like one example, right? How something that seemed to really help gamers really hurt a lot of creatives. And it might just not work together, you know? Like, it might need to be slightly different. Like, instead of trying to be like, well, should we fit the square pegs into the round hole, or should we fit the round pegs into the square hole? Maybe you should just have, like, square holes and round holes. You know? I don't know. How would that work? I don't know. How do I add comments in this channel? Oh, commands. Nobody knows, Sai. Actually, a couple people have figured it out or knew how to do it, but I don't know where they are right now. Also, I'm not sure. I might have to make you an editor of the channel. Yes, which I think I did. Communities are a mess right now, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. Are you being holist? Yes, I'm being holist. No, yeah, I mean, it is, though. It's like, you know, it turns out that a lot of creatives, you know, the experiment was like bringing creatives into the Twitch fold, and it turns out that like creatives have a lot of following outside of Twitch. You know, like most people that are artists have been artists their whole life, and most people that have been artists their whole life have a lot of following. So like, it's a big thing, the creative community. It really is, and it took on really fast because there's not many venues for that, but there's a lot of need for venues for that. And so it very quickly became, you know, in my understanding of the history anyway, and I could, you know, I'm just talking out of my thoughts, but I think it very quickly became like a very huge part of something that it wasn't always a huge part of. Again, you know, like James and LD Bean are both, you know, Twitch veterans when I signed in, when I first, you know, joined. Command add, successfully added, save permissions, everyone. Message, when the last time you saved. When's the last time you saved? Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. That's a good command. Yeah, so Sai is now an editor of Drunkbot and a mod. I should have a stretch your hand, take a break, add whatever thing. Bro, rest thine hand. What? Oh, I didn't even see that you added that. Bro, rest thine hand. One of whom is a beautiful rock star. The other is LD Bean. Wait, reverse that. Feels bad, man. Do I have open? Oh, what the heck is going on here? So I have these backgrounds. Oh, I'm on the wrong frigging image. Okay. Phew. Wow, yeah, I think I might need to take a quick break to just like purge my RAM. Clear my head. So, purging your RAM, that's like a Photoshop joke to say that I need to purge my RAM because like in Photoshop, your RAM can actually like be storing everything that you did for the purposes of being able to like, you know, not have to save the entire file every time you do anything. It's, you know, random access memory. It's temporary, right? So you purge your RAM to get rid of like things that you did 50 moves ago that are just clogging up your computer. Anyway, so I don't know. I always think it's like funny to think about a person purging their RAM because it's kind of like what happens. Like I'm like, oh, my brain is just filled with the last 50 things I did, and I don't need to be thinking about that right now. I need to be thinking about my next few moves. I need to like step away for a minute, and it feels kind of like purging my RAM. My mostly human, organic, earth being, random access memory needs a good purge. Blender is driving me a little mad. Oh, Rame Card, why are you always, every time you say anything, you are learning a new program or working on something in a completely different program. Like, I don't know how you even have mad left to be driven toward. I also have no idea why that sentence came out so clunky. But I think you know what I mean? I hope. You guys know what I mean, right? I mean, what the hell am I saying? No, is Blender like Grinder? No clue what Grinder is. Probably for the best. Purging RAM! Oh, kids. You kids and your toys. Kids these days, they're crazy. Well, I'm officially closer to 40 than I am to 30, so I feel like I'm allowed to, you know, use words like kids, right? I know, I'm still plenty young, and in dragon years, I'm like, still an egg, if even. I'm like, you know, a forming egg. Is that why you take so many breaks, Jayel? Gotta purge my RAM. Yeah, dude. It's a medical condition, James. I don't know why you're making jokes about it. James never loved me. No, but seriously, I do have a couple of, like, ailments that are likely permanent that likely will only get worse if I do not care for them. Most of which are probably the result of blunt force trauma. It's real scary when it affects your drawing hand. Okay, I gotta get some sleep. Oh, thank you so much for hanging out. It was so cool, like, talking to you and getting to know you. I really appreciate it. I hope you come by sometime. I'll definitely try and check out your stream sometime. I don't know if you have Discord or not, or if I already mentioned this, but feel free to join my Discord channel, and we can talk there, and we can talk through Twitch, and I would love to help you in any way that I can, letting you know, information that other people have let me know, paying it forward. That's like the thing to do. So feel free to ask any questions as you have them, and I definitely look forward to seeing some of your amazing your woodwork. That's like fantastic. The one image that I saw definitely blew my mind, so that's awesome. Have a great night. If you're not dancing a little to this song, you would be dead inside. Just saying. I mean, you don't even have to dance well. Just like, or just be dead inside. That's fine. Of course, I'm absolutely kidding. We're all wonderful people, whether you dance to this song or not. But I still think you should. Just give it a try. I hate shitting on people. It feels so vulgar. Rest in peace, me. I've been vert pushing for 6 hours. I have no soul. I has no soul. James, I knew you were dead inside. I was actually, my retraction of that statement was specifically because I was like, oh, this might be offensive to James. I should take that back. And you're so good at it, too. Alright, so I think my midtones for this page are all caught up. Definitely a bit easier than this one. Now I just gotta put in all the things, make this stuff happen to it. That's the fun part for me. Everything else is getting there. Now I can just play. Guess what, James? Guess what time it is? Can you guess? I'll give you one guess. And if you're wrong, that's it. You don't even know me. We've never been lovers. Beard Baby doesn't exist. It was not ours. Your other beer baby with what's-his-face, that's not my business. Mostly that I'm sprawled across my floor drawing a 6-foot banner for this weekend. You're hand drawing your banner for this weekend? Wow. That's awesome. I forgot to get one printed. Oh. Bus IR to broke. Yeah. You're pregnant? Dude. No, I'm taking a break. Now you don't get to say anything about it. You blew it. I mean, you'll probably still say something about it, but I don't care. I'm not gonna listen. So, I'm switching gears now from mid-toning to the highlights, which are the final stage. And so that's why I'm gonna take a little break, let my brain release all mid-tone mode thoughts, and come back with super highlighty thoughts. Some of you, at least one or two of you, better still be here when I get back, or else I'm gonna cry and there's gonna be no one to hear it. And that's just pathetic. And you don't want me to be pathetic, do you? I mean, any more than I already am? Come on. Alright, I'll see you guys in a bit, hopefully.
Hi, I'm Lindsay G. I'm the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, I'm Jayel Draco. I'm the illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of progressive, immersive, gorgeous books in print and digital formats.
To start with, we'll be keeping 3 original concepts in production.
Our first 3 are a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book.
Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a feminist, sex-positive, sci-fi graphic novel about a self-made porn star named Tracy,
who fights her way free of her grandfather's organized crime syndicate, only to get caught up in the porn industry politics and gang warfare.
The fiercely independent, brilliant Tracy decides to fight her battles on her own terms. With the help of her best friend, a talking raccoon who happens to be an electrical engineer,
she creates an army of cyborg clones to help her fight back against the forces of conformity, sexual repression, and evil. Hack.
Our gritty vigilante comic book with a surprisingly humane heart, Pack tells the story of a masked crime fighter named Patience,
and the 6 dogs with whom he roams the dark streets of crime-ridden Brooklyn.
Together as a pack, these ruthless vigilantes sniff out corruption
and deliver their own bloody form of justice to those who they decide deserve it.
They put crime under the fang.
The Great Nations of Rendaria.
The Great Nations of Rendaria, our first art book, is an introduction to the vast fantasy universe that Oneshi Press is helping to create.
This book serves as both backstory and introduction to a diverse, intricate universe in which its narrator, Jen Kazian,
has become obsessed with preserving the memories of the greatest civilizations his world has ever known.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is both a book in its own right, as well as an artifact from the larger story, Children of Gaia.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! Oh wait. Not traditional. Digital. Ah, wrong scene. I'm back. Did I miss it? Did I miss anything? Anything exciting happen? Anything atrocious happen? Hey, does everyone here know Sai the writer? Bean? James? Are you acquainted? Oh yeah, James and Sai are acquainted. Bean, are you acquainted with Sai the writer? Whoa, Lindsay, what? You missed Draco taking another break. That fucking Draco. What a break taker. You know he's just slowly hypnotizing you with his videos, right? Oh, you bathed? Well, we bathed in the blood of our enemies. I mean, no. You guys totally did not miss that. I would have streamed that. IRL. IRL mature. You can't show a female nipple, but you can bathe in the blood of your enemies. Actually, I don't even think you could show male nipples on Twitch, technically. But I feel like, not the streamer anyway, but if it was an artwork, I feel like no one would say anything. But yes, you can definitely bathe in the blood of your enemies. In fact, most gamer streams, it happens several times. Depending on the game, many times. Because bathing in the blood of your enemies is cool, but nipples are evil. Man, do I sound bitter? What's up with that? Like, becoming one of those, like, people. Old, bitter, cranky people. Not even old yet, and I'm already, like, halfway there. But I'm not, I really just want to be sweet and make friends and be all chill and stuff. But seriously, if that's not a social ill. Kappa! Nice kappa, Sai. I like your kappa. Really sweet. It's like classic kappa. You know what? I actually think I literally need to purge my RAM. Close that and not save so I don't accidentally make any changes. I'm gonna save this, and then I'm gonna purge my RAM. Purge! All motherfucker! All cache, all RAM, all everything. I know you just pictured a goat throwing up, except for James. He pictured an eggplant. Not really sure what that means. I'm starting to think it's some kind of innuendo or slang. Oh yeah, my computer's starting to lag hard. Come on, computer, stay with me. Lies! Earth human lies! That's all you got to say, James? Well, you're on the floor drawing a huge banner, so I'm sure you don't want to, like, get up every 5 minutes to say something. I understand. But I know you can hear me, which means the ball's in my court, biatch. But that's a power I'm not willing nor prepared to abuse, so you win this time. Actually, put the tablet on the floor so I can harass you from down here. Down hete. Down hete. That's what the cool kids are saying nowadays, right? Come down hete and say that to my face. Come down hete and say that to my kappa. I have the dankest memes.
Insolent rogue, name of the Western Horde, would you address my queen, Lady Maria?
Never shall you have Maria's hand. I would die before that day comes.
Then with you.
Hey Bean, are you still there? Are you working on anything? What you working on? You lurking? Deep lurking? Deplurking? What the hell is going on in there? Tracy, your chest is like just freaking being ridiculous right now. It's taking over the couch. This will not do.
This day is yours, Draco. Curse you should you let Maria go.
Tracy is so sad. Why is she so sad? Lindsay, tell us all about why Tracy is so sad and what's going on here. Or not. I mean, if you're doing other things, I understand. I was just trying to strike up a conversation. You know, no pressure. None of that. Unless, of course, you count all of the pressure.
Tracy. Tracy. Why is it crying, Tracy? Why is it crying, Schmeagol?
She's sad because she's realizing that her grandfather's 100% in control of her life and she has nothing of her own. Damn it, Golem!
Why is it crying, Golem?
Question, because I'm colorblind, is the Etsy logo orange? You know? Let me have a look. New Windy. Yes, I would say It is orange. It is maybe like a cadmium orange. I might be confusing the name of the type of orange though. Rolling with Sharpies? Alright, then yeah, straight up it's orange. Bean! Oh my god, Bean, that freaking piece you did in Photoshop the other day. Was that yesterday? That portrait? So fucking good. I saw your post of it today. Your finish. And I mean, I think I saw it pretty much almost there on your stream. I caught most of that stream. Actually, maybe I caught the whole stream. Wait, did we do a raid at the end of that stream? I don't remember anymore. My brain's melting. Anyway, that was awesome. It came out really good. You say orange like the peeps from MD. What's MD? Oh, like the state? Maryland? So yeah, true story. Growing up in New York, people were always like, "Where are you from?" And then like every place that I visited, people were always like, "Where are you from?" Like, I don't understand your accent. How do you talk? Like in Long Island, like South Shore, Long Island, people were always like, "Where are you from?" I'm like, "What do you mean? Like, I grew up here." Like, what are you talking about? So I don't know. Apparently, I do have like a weird. Specific speech mannerism that's like weird. I don't know. I think it's softened over time. Yeah, I think you did. Yeah, Maryland, right? Yeah, who did we raid? It was someone I didn't know, but I remember it being cool. I remember following them. Like, I think I'm just like always working and I'm always on Twitch. So I'm like, it's just melting together, you know? But like I always remember, you know, specific like people that I'm friends with. Like I always remember your streams. I always remember James's streams. And like, you know, I remember like Sai and, you know, specific people. I always remember like, I guess there's no one else here anymore. Everyone left. Everyone had to go to sleep. Psh. People and their day jobs and their biological necessities. I'm just kidding, I have those too. Well, biological necessities. Man, those feet are ugly. She is poofy. I'm way too zoomed in on a very small drawing, and it's embarrassing. But you know what? I don't care. It's cool. You guys can see my ugly, ugly close-ups. So one thing about traditional, like when I'm drawing, you don't really get to see like the close-ups, but when I'm coloring, I have to like zoom in on shit to color it. And you get to see that. And it's like, yeah, I drew this not zoomed in. And now you're seeing what it actually looks like zoomed in, and damn, that's awkward. Damn! Awkward! Always on here, son. You're always here. Jayel comes back from a break. Wait, what year is it? The date. Huh? What's today's date? I don't remember what the dude says, but then it's like, a year. What? What year? Something like that. Definitely a great exchange. Michael Biehn fucking owned that role. Oh, so, okay, Michael Biehn and Bill Paxton were in Terminator. Michael Biehn and Bill Paxton were in Aliens. Michael Biehn and Bill Paxton were in Tombstone. Michael Biehn wasn't in Predator 2. You know what? Predator 2 would have been a better movie if Michael Biehn had been in it. Damn it. Oh my god, I popped my jaw. Oh no, did it like pop in a good way, like pop into place, or like pop in a bad way, like oh fuck, now you're in pain? I don't like you to be in pain. That sucks. I'm sorry. Sub-D modeling? Why am I so set in my ways? So, are you trying to model in Blender, right? But it's all different than like Maya and XSI. Am I right? I'm making assumptions here, very bold assumptions about things I know little about, but I have enough friends that talk about them regularly. Well, I guess for name card, it's really you and Vargas that talk about those things to me. So my basic assumptions are really just only slightly educated guesses. Jayel goes back in time to change movie casting to improve his childhood classics. The next Oneshi Press storyline. Awesome. But then I fuck up like the whole future of pop culture. and I realize it's in peril. And we can't figure out why everything sucks. Why does everything suck? And then, like, I find out that, whoa, it's because in the not so far future, I went back to the way distant past, and I changed everything. Now I have to go back and stop myself. To make everything not as bad as it could have been. Or to make everything less bad than I made it. Actually, James is gonna write and illustrate that. So basically every major storyline from The Flash, exactly. Went back in time, fucked things up, now I gotta make it less fucked up. Right, if only I could get it as... to be just as fucked up as it was before I fucked it up worse. So it won't actually ever get good, it'll just get not as fucked up as it got. Man, I gotta go back in time and fuck things up. Now I gotta make things fucked up. Why? Because right now they're really fucked up. And I want them to just be fucked up, not really fucked up, you know? What are you saying, man? What's wrong with you? Look, it makes sense if you don't think about it. I mean, James is already a master at illustrating me. So I think it's only fair if he's the one that does this story. Cheers to you, fuckface. I'm just gonna take a photo of Chris Pratt and apply a, like, artistic filter to it in Photoshop and say that it's my illustration of James Groening, and everyone's gonna be blown away. They'll be like, dude, such a fucking good job on that. I mean, it looks a little junky compared to how sexy James actually is. I mean, for the most part, he did a pretty good job on that. It's kind of like a knockoff James Groening. It's like what Spider-Hero is to Spider-Man. That's what that illustration is to James Groening. That's what they're gonna say. They're gonna be like, I know, I'm cool with that. Defend yourself, James, I have come at thee. Dot. I have made James unable to speech. There's a word for that. Brains, why do you fail me? Do you guys know what I'm talking about when I say Spider Hero? Cause like, that's a thing. Like, Spider Hero is the convenience store version of the Spider-Man toy. And like, all it can do is this. You know, it's got like the 2 joints in its arms and that's it. And it kind of looks like a cross between Spider-Man, Batman, and Superman, you know? And it's like made out of plastic that if you touch it will like give you 12 kinds of cancer. Like immediately. Probably should have concepted this in ZBrush and then retopped it in Blender, but too late now, I'm in deep. Big ass banner, thus speechless. Oh, okay. Spider Hero is the man. Just don't call him Spider-Man, you'll get sued. You can say Spider Hero is the man, though. Seriously though, now that Disney owns Marvel, you gotta be real careful. You can never ever say out loud that Spider Hero is actually a rip-off Spider-Man. Shit, I just said that out loud, didn't I? Oh, this is being recorded, isn't it? Oh, they're gonna come for me. Guys, no matter what they say I did, they're lying. Don't believe them. ZBrush, OP, why take the easy route? I don't know, you've got a kind of sketchy mustache. Yep. So guys, I'm growing a mustache that connects to my sideburns. And I just finished making a leather quick draw holster for a 6-shooter replica, which is actually a toy that I antiqued and did a very good job on, I might add. Sorry, I shouldn't compliment myself like that. It's in poor taste, but I think it looks legit. And I'm currently making a belt bullet holder for 6 bullets, and I have a hat on its way in the mail. And I'm doing all this just to show how much of a dork I am, first. Because I believe in the power of humility, and I think one of the best ways to express that is through self-deprecation, especially when it's for comedic effect, because any opportunity to make someone that I like laugh, I will take. But, so this is what I've realized about these sorts of things. Like, you know, I have the mask of patience, and I'll put it on sometimes when I'm streaming work on Pack. And you know, that's the Patience is the main character in Pack, and I made his mask that he wears, so that when I'm drawing him, I can be wearing his mask. And it's all about immersion, right? So now, what are you making? Yeah, that's Stash, right? I'm making my getup, my Western getup, for when I'm streaming Children of Gaia War and Horses, which is what I'll be working on next week, and then again 3 weeks from that. I still can't bring myself to make lingerie that I'll wear while streaming Tracy Queen. It's too complicated, you know? It requires, like, really delicate hands and an understanding of, like, materials and patterns. It just goes beyond me. But one day I'll get there. But for now, you know, so I've got, like, my little get-up for when I stream Pack, and I'm making a little get-up for when I stream War and Horses. I mean, it's already started, but I'm adding to it. And so the purpose of this is I realized, like, for the last, you know, week or so now, like, while I've been thinking about War and Horses, I'm actually, like, walking around with my quick draw holster that I made, and I'm, like, quick drawing around the house while I'm thinking about Children of Gaia War and Horses, this, like, Western that I'm working on. And it's like, what it is, I think, is the equivalent of method acting for artists. You know, like, just immersing myself so much in any project that I take on, you know, to whatever capacity I can. And it's really fun, too. Fuck it, it's fun. I'm doing it because it's fun and I'm cheesy, and fuck you. Fuck you, I'm a cheese bag. That's gonna be a t-shirt. Fuck you, I'm a cheese bag. And I might be the only person to wear that shirt, but I'm cool. So, yeah, method acting for visual artists is a thing. It's just like acting for animators. But you know, it's like I'm just getting into it. My groove thing! Now I'm gonna shake it! I'm gonna shake my groove thing! Jayel's actually a stripper. You forgot to mention the leather chaps. Pooh, you're a bag of cheese. I would wear that shirt and go cheese shopping. Alright, so if I make that shirt and I put it up on my Society 6, you'll buy it? Fuck you, I'm a cheese bag. If I made it look epic. Well, James, come on. Would I make it not look epic? I mean, you know, I can't say how it would look if you were wearing it. I would make it look epic, though. No, I'm just kidding. It would definitely look awesome. You know what I'll do? I'll just hire you to make it, and then it will look epic. And then I'll hire you to buy it. And then I'll have enough money for a helicopter. And then I'll go visit all the people. It's not a pipe dream. Holy shit! I gotta fix that. It's really not that big of a deal. I'm just being silly. My logic is sound. I know what I would do with a helicopter. My logic, it sounds. You can hear it. It's like sonic, symphonic. Electronic. The only thing it's lacking is more cowbell. Guess what? What? Jayel! Guess what? Hey! 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 Guess what? Now I feel like it's a trap, and I'm not sure that I want to be guessing. But what? What? Tell me. Are you gonna say I'm a cheese bag? Did I guess? Chicken butt! Ah, I never saw that coming. You dirty rat. You gave me the chicken butt? Mmm. Hey Lindsay, did you see the invoice from Ludwig, by the way, through PayPal? Did he send that ever? I've been streaming since he sent me the flats, so I don't really know. But if he did send it, would you mind just logging into our PayPal and just sending that to him? Tis mint one? So good, an oldie but goodie. Yes, you got me. It does. It gets him every time, right? Dirty rat. Oh, dirty rat. I feel like chicken butt is kind of cheating. Like, it's just like kicking someone while they're sleeping, you know? Who's not gonna fall for that? I don't know why, but part of my method for this, I talk's real good. Part of my method for this is that I like to like go a little too far, especially for the couch. Well, I do know why, actually. I think now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like already answering my own question. I like to go a little too far with the highlights and then like erase them. And I think it's because like as I fill them in, they get a bit textury, you know? And then like when I erase them, it like adds another level of texture to that. And it just helps like to not make it a flat solid shape, you know, like it's a freaking leather couch. It should have some, or pleather, I don't know, but it should have some like dimension to it, you know. But like I noticed even when I draw traditional, if I'm like shading something with graphite, I do the same thing. I will overshade in an area and then use my eraser to like pull out the highlights that I want and get like some of the midtones back where I want, but I actually use erasing as like part of my shading. And I just kind of like caught myself and realized like, oh yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, but in digital. That's weird. Maybe it's not weird. Maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. You ever think of that? Did you? Huh? Huh? Ah! Yeah!
There's them mash them, sticks them in a stew. What's taters, precious?
You invoiced us at 5:31 just after I started. You paid it. Cool, thank you.
What'd you say?
Jayel's been ignoring the chat since chicken butt. Damn, Lindsay.
It ruins it! Give it to us raw and wiggling. Wiggling.
So good.
Is it crunchy? Is it juicy? Stupid photopsis.
Worth it. Damn, Linz. Worth it, bitch. As it turns out, I don't know how to pay this bill in PayPal. I take that back. I take back that paid I wrote earlier. So you just log into PayPal, right? It's an invoice. You should just log into PayPal and there should be a Pay Now button. Should be that simple. Unless we don't have enough in our account to pay it though. It doesn't matter, because it'll draw from the Oneshi Press banking account. You just hit pay, and it'll take whatever's in the account at PayPal, and whatever's not in the account at PayPal, it'll add to that balance through checking. Unless by some like catastrophe our checking account was hacked and drained or something, like there's enough in checking for whatever it is that I owe Ludwig, like 20 bucks, I think. It definitely made it look like that wouldn't happen. You'd think they'd make that very clear. Nope, because they want you to keep your money in PayPal. Because they actually get interest on the money that they have in holding. So by making that clear, it would be a disservice to their own incentives. Which is true of most financial exchange platforms. Well, PayPal's gonna pape. Like, I don't really want this to be too textury, I just want it to have like a little bit of shape to it. But not so much that it distracts from the characters. And also, like, I don't know, Pack, for example, is like a super textury comic. Like, every panel is like loaded with texture, and that's like part of the motif. I feel like with Tracy Queen, the trend in developing the aesthetic here has been more like when something is super textury, it's like it's an accent, you know? Like when you're playing a video game, right? The thing that twinkles, you know, you're supposed to go up to it and press B or whatever. You know, like you're supposed to check on it if it twinkles. And I feel like in Tracy's world, there's that visual language where like things are just supposed to be a little like plasticky and dull unless they're the thing of interest, you know? And even then, it's only if they're the thing of interest at that moment. Whereas, I could say the same about Pack, except texture isn't the thing that does it there. It's like everything in Pack is like just coated in this grime. And that gives it a cohesiveness where nothing really stands out unless I want it to, you know? And it's also just fun. I mean, whatever. It's just like, that's what I think about the Pack world, is that it's just gritty and dirty. And I don't know. I think Tracy's world is more shiny. And they are almost the same world. Like, Pack and Tracy kind of exist in the same universe. There's some crossovers, like, they do, they both appear, you know, in the backgrounds of each other's stories in subtle ways. Easter eggs, though, you know. Back in 5, If it shines, you must click.
And rename God came down and said unto thee, if it shines, you must click it. And the people did click, and woe, unto them fell great booty and experience points.
I might be losing my mind. Or am I? My wrist is gritty and dirty. You know why? Because I won't click it. Gritty and dirty? Were you mixing cement? I don't know why. Is this a trick question? Is there an actual answer? Am I supposed to be able to guess? Do I get like 3 guesses? Does it have anything to do with cheese bags? Because Blender's cut edge tool keeps making extra verts on like every edge. Why are you using Blender all of a sudden? I mean, do you feel like you just want to know every program in case the digital apocalypse and you don't know which program will survive? So if you just know all of them, whichever one survives, you'll be able to use it. Is that a thing? I feel like that's a thing. Right? The digital apocalypse and like half the programs die, but some of them don't. James, you missed it. There was an alien invasion. And we lost, but I dedicated the rest of my life to building a time machine. And then I went back in time to warn us all about the alien invasion. But as a time traveler, I was slightly mutated by free erratic chromatids in the causal nexus while I was blasting my way through, right? So like, basically I just had all this like, you know, shine about me. Like on a normal good day, but just a little extra. And everyone thought that I was an alien invader, so they fucking killed me. And I was like, guys, I'm here to warn you about the alien invasion. And they were like, oh, what? He's an alien invader, get him! It sucked, man. Oh, but no worries, because that, like, totally created a recursive loop in the causal nexus, and it destabilized that thread in the, what do you call it? The, tangent reality. So it's like a tangent rift, right? And that reality just ended up imploding on itself. So it kind of, like, unhappened before it even happened. But for that brief happening, it was shitty, dude. I was like, what the fuck? And then I wasn't, because then it didn't happen anymore. Was that a Gorbsy story? Almost, right? Telling you, I just gotta like inject testosterone directly into my larynx, and then I can do like a proper Gorbsy story. That dude has the voice, like the voice. So Jayel lost his mind in the 5 minutes I was gone. Yup. Glad to see his sanity is linked to my presence. That's the opposite with most people. Are we talking Doctor Who again? No, actually Doctor Who is based on that. It's good to know who your people are, James. I am James's people. Jayel Draco is James's people. We are a proud people. We are a proud and fastidious people. With a deep and rich culture. We Jayel Draco.
Icon has people? It rubs the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. As precious, it gets the hose.
What? That has nothing to do with anything. It's neither here nor there. Please let's pretend that didn't happen. Not in that grinder way. Wait, what was that other thing before that was like grinder? Maybe? Someone didn't know what grinder was? Damn it. Why can I only remember things but not stuff? It's like some kind of miraculous, immaculate failing in my brain. Save. Where's Sai with my save command?
To Wacom from the Animaniacs. I have to go potty. It's a potty emergency. Laura just told me about an octopus.
What was the Gorbs story? Jerk's awake! Save! Seriously, when was the last time I saved? I just saved. Thanks, I. Oh no, did I really wake you? Got lost in my sculpt. Did you lose yourself in your sculpt's beautiful pixely eyes? What you sculpting, Bean? Is it an animal, vegetable, or mineral? I don't think that's how this game works. Just ask all three of the questions at once. Like a proper noob! Oh, I know. Dean is sculpting me again. Right? I kid. So, Bean and Rename Card are sculpting, Probably Bean is sculpting in ZBrush, right? And Rename Card is sculpting in Blender right now, wishing that he was sculpting in ZBrush, but determined to learn all of the programs. How am I doing? Am I keeping score well? Am I way off on that? Yes, this is you. I knew it! Wow, it's like looking in a mirror. Damn, I have kissing lips. Those eyes, though. There's a darkness in those eyes. Seriously, though, Bean, this looks great. I love the freckles. Ah, it's so good. It's adorable. I love it. I approve. Those Gorbsy stories. Yeah, they've infected me. I'm like a little honorary Gorbsy. Like in Gorbsy camp. I've got like a little hat that says, "We'll be loyal Gorbsies." A little t-shirt, you know, that says like, "Gorbsy in the making." This is outrageous. Where is Gorbsy? He's asleep right now, isn't he? Where does he get off being in a different part of the world? Different time zone? That looks just like him. Just kidding, it's really awesome. Ooh. Ooh. Sick burn, dude. Can anyone lend me some, like, Neosporin or Bacitracin or something? I was just burned. Ouch. Yeah, he's asleep. Well, I hope he's dreaming about being here in my stream right now. And then he's gonna wake up and be like, "What the fuck? I just had the weirdest dream." I want to make a command that only he can use that is a recording of him saying my name. In his specialist, dragoniest voice. You're sleeping in Twitch land? You missed things. Yeah, like you missed that time I had to like go back to the past to warn people about the alien invasion, and then like realize that me traveling back into the past was the alien invasion and that I was the alien, and then everyone fought me and killed me, and it sucked. I mean, it didn't help that I was mutated by like, you know, chronotonic particles lost in like the free causal nexus. So I was all like fucked up looking, and then they were like, "It's an alien!" And I was like, "Wait, no, I'm here to warn you about." Oh, fuck. And they killed me. Suckers. But then, thankfully, it created like a recursive loop in the causal nexus, which sort of ended up putting that whole timeline into a tangent reality, which caused it to unexist itself. Long story short, it ended up never happening, which is good because it was really shitty. Post progress on your ghetto banner. Do it. Dude, that's awesome. That's super cool. I love it. Do you have the rest, like, is that done? Is that finished? Do you, like, sketch it out first, or are you just, like, straight up just going, like, freehand? No plan. Awesome. I think that's why I like a lot of the stuff that I make that's like three-dimensional. It's not something that I have any plan for selling or for like producing, so I don't have a workflow or like, you know, any kind of like production pipeline in mind for it. So like that's the kind of stuff that I don't plan, I just process on the fly. And that for me is the most fun, like that's the most engaging, is the stuff that I don't plan. Whereas like this, you know, it's for a series, you know, something that I want to be able to produce on a schedule. So like I kind of have to have at least a semblance of a plan and a, you know, replicable workflow. I think it's that kind of stuff. There's like certain things that I just keep safe. Like when I'm doing this, it's for fun. If I start selling this, it won't be for fun anymore. You know what I mean? Like for me, that's how I've had to like separate my art. I don't know if that might be a very unique experience for me, or you know, I'm interested if anyone else also shares that. But like, I don't know, it just made me think about the fact that you were doing that and not planning it out, and I was like, yeah, everything that I'm doing right now is like super planned out. And then I was like, well, actually no, like even like my gun holster and antiquing the gun and that statue of the Cornikesh that I'm working on and like all that stuff, like I didn't plan it out. I'm just like cutting things and shaping things until they look the way I want. And that's like fucking awesome. It's so much fun. Debating putting paint, mural, comics, sculptures across the bottom and continuing the triangles. Don't know if it needs it though. Yeah, I don't know, because I mean, painting, mural, yeah, it's really hard, right, to like put in a couple of words that like can quantify such a, you know, a variety of skills, and some of them overlap. Like, well, yeah, murals are also painting, and you also paint your sculptures, and you're painting your comics with acrylic, but you also paint paintings as illustration, and you know what I mean? Like, it's just, it gets so dicey. It's definitely the creative spurt. I don't know. I mean, I'm just talking out loud. I didn't have a point there that is supposed to enlighten you, and I know you're asking for proper advice, and I'm not really being helpful. I don't know if it needs anything. What does anyone else think? All that stuff is on your card already, and it's just a booth identifier. Yeah, maybe just make it more about you, and people will come up to your booth and see samples of your work. And if they check out any of the things that are already on there, like, you know, your Facebook and your Instagram, like, I don't know. I don't think you need to overstate things. Maybe. I could be totally wrong. But I feel like that's what you were hinting at, so I am encouraging you to have faith in your own impulse. And if I'm wrong, I will commit seppuku. No, I will go really bad. So, you know, there's that. You asked for advice, man. It'd be the shittiest advice ever. In all honesty, though, I really think it's just a matter of what you think is going to make the sign feel aesthetically balanced. I don't think having more or less information on it is going to make or break your audience engagement, but making the sign look better will help. So whatever you think makes it look better, I would go with. And I think for a sign that's a booth identifier, that's probably, hopefully going to be something to be able to see from far away, sometimes less is more. Is that for Artist Alley? Either that or Visual Creator, which is my official title. Never mind, adding Mr. Beefy the Meat Man. Or just like fueling beef noodles. There you go, bro. That's the tagline. Oh no, bro. Is that a thing? Are you doing a fetish convention, James? Not yet. Soon though? Like next week? Fuck, my first pinky knuckle feels like it is going to burst into a volcanic explosion of blood and maybe some flames. I think that knuckle has just been broken too many times What I get for growing up in Long Island, South Shore, motherfucker. And then also from drawing all the time, I guess. Feeling beef noodle, yes! See? LD Bean likes it. I mean, I feel like if LD Bean likes it, and I said it, it's probably a good idea. I mean, that's like all you need to know. In fact, I would make that your entire sign. Just feeling beef noodle. Because I mean, deep down inside, who's not feeling beef noodle? Aren't we all? Really? Isn't that like the human experience? The human affliction? The condition which binds us while dividing us? That which makes us unique in our sameness? Have to illustrate it? That sounds like the word. Those sounds like. It talks real good. Those sound like the words of a man who doesn't appreciate breaks. Completely on the wrong color. How did that happen? I had me some beef with broccoli today. It was mint. I think it's not supposed to be mint. I think it's supposed to be savory. You might not have eaten what you thought you were eating. Just kidding. I get cool words that kids say, like mint. Mint as fuck. Mint AF, motherfucker! Tracy, you look ugly when you're angry. Don't we all? I had chicken ramen noodles. That's something. It's not nothing. Like top ramen, like instant ramen, or like legit ramen, like from a ramen place. Actually, I've even had instant ramen from like gourmet instant ramen companies that's still like super cheap but not made out of styrofoam. But honestly, I would fucking choke a duck for some fucking instant ramen right now. Maruchan, yeah. Yeah, I would eat the crap out of that right now. Oh, you know what I just caught myself doing? I'm getting fucking sloppy is what I'm doing. Probably means I'm gonna have to do James's favorite thing ever before I come back to finish this page. Oh, I just gave it away in the sentence itself. And I'm really bad at riddles. Wait, was that supposed to be a riddle? I don't even know anymore. Like, you have to boil the noodles and stuff. Yeah, so delicious, it's so terribly bad for you. Yeah. As long as you can not burn water, you can cook them though. I mean, you can be like, black out, like pass out, drooling on yourself drunk, and you can still make that shit. Well, I don't know, I guess there is a certain point where maybe you risk, like, setting yourself on fire, then it's not advisable. But you know what I mean. Although, I don't know, whenever I'm cooking them, like, I always have a tendency to, like, add other stuff and, like, try and make it gourmet-ish. You know, like, I'll, like, cook an egg to put on it and, like, make vegetables to put in it, and I'm like, why am I doing all this with instant ramen? But I can't help it. I mean, not always, but sometimes. It's like my instinct anyway. Yeah, you do that too. Oh, and you drain them before putting on the seasoning? Yeah, that's awesome. And they're just like yummy seasoning noodles. Although, I do like the broth. Feel like it's hydrating. And honestly, when I am making like instant ramen, it's usually because I'm too drunk to do anything else. Not that that's often. I mean, that hasn't happened in a long time. But, you know, that's like probably the most like times that I've eaten, you know, instant ramen in my life were times that I just couldn't possibly do anything else. And so at those times I definitely need the extra, like, you know, moisture, the extra hydration. Because for me, like, the worst part about, like, whenever I used to, like, get too drunk was, like, waking up dehydrated and just feeling like my sinuses are going to crack open. It's like the worst feeling ever. It's so disgusting. So like I would like do everything I could to like hydrate up the night before, like just have as much freaking broth as possible. Jayel hasn't been super drunk in 4 days. Dude, that's a long ass time. Sometimes I double the seasoning packets. Yeah, which I'm sure a lot of people die of. I mean, do. Right. Doubling those seasoning packets, dude. It's like Gnarlesville. But then what do you do with the ramen that has no seasoning packet? A lot of times though, I'll add like soy sauce and hot sauce and like other, you know, seasonings and stuff to it in addition to the seasoning packet that comes with it. I don't know why, I just feel like, you know, if I'm going that way, I'm going that way. You know, like, I'm doing it. I'm fucking doing it all the way. I'm gonna ramen the fuck out of this shit. Damn it. You don't use the whole seasoning packet, if any, it's probably not a bad thing. You season it manually. Alright. Feeling beef noodle, James? I'm gonna leave you all with that mental image while I take a little break. Creates this void of seasoning. Yeah, it's true. And then you just have these, like, ramen noodles lying around with no seasoning, and you're like, what the fuck? What am I gonna do with this? Hey, does anyone I know have to move? You need some, like, packing material? BRB, y'all.
Hi, I'm Lindsay G. I'm the writer, editor, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Hi, I'm Jayel Draco. I'm the illustrator, designer, and co-founder of Oneshi Press.
Oneshi Press is an independent publisher of progressive, immersive, gorgeous books in print and digital formats.
To start with, we'll be keeping 3 original concepts in production.
Our first 3 are a graphic novel, a comic book, and an art book.
Tracy Queen.
Tracy Queen is a feminist, sex-positive, sci-fi graphic novel about a self-made porn star named Tracy,
who fights her way free of her grandfather's organized crime syndicate, only to get caught up in the porn industry politics and gang warfare.
The fiercely independent, brilliant Tracy decides to fight her battles on her own terms. With the help of her best friend, a talking raccoon who happens to be an electrical engineer,
she creates an army of cyborg clones to help her fight back against the forces of conformity, sexual repression, and evil. Pack.
Our gritty vigilante comic book with a surprisingly humane heart, Pack tells the story of a masked crime fighter named Patience,
and the 6 dogs with whom he roams the dark streets of crime-ridden Brooklyn.
Together as a pack, these ruthless vigilantes sniff out corruption
and deliver their own bloody form of justice to those who they decide deserve it.
They put crime under the fang.
The Great Nations of Rendaria.
The Great Nations of Rendaria, our first art book, is an introduction to the vast fantasy universe that Oneshi Press is helping to create.
This book serves as both backstory and introduction to a diverse, intricate universe in which its narrator, Jan Kazian,
has become obsessed with preserving the memories of the greatest civilizations his world has ever known.
The Great Nations of Rendaria is both a book in its own right, as well as an artifact from the larger story, Children of Gaia.
Oneshi Press is creating a community of fans who enjoy progressive and immersive worlds like the ones that we're building, and we want to invite you to join us.
We're using Patreon, a subscription-based crowdfunding platform, to accept support from fans who love gorgeous books, and to give them rewards in return for their support.
Our supporters can opt in to receive all kinds of goodies when they become part of the Oneshi community. Personalized letters and selfies from characters, 3D drawings, even cameos in our books.
And access to exclusive works in progress as work continues on all of our projects.
One of our favorite rewards, which is made possible by our patrons, is the weekly live stream, during which Jayel streams live on Twitch TV as he creates art for our projects.
Join me live every Tuesday night to watch me create art and to chat with me and other Oneshi Press fans and supporters. Watch in real time as the art takes shape.
At Oneshi Press, we build immersive, progressive, gorgeous worlds.
And you're invited to explore them. Come join us. Feel good about it?
Yeah?
Woo! You're the best! You're awesome! We love you! You're so cool! Thank you! Hello, and welcome to twitch.tv/Jayel Draco with your host, Jayel Draco. On tonight's episode, we'll be exploring the deep, dark, crazy world of Tracy Queen and feeling beefeudal. So yeah, what I think we need to have happen here is an exchange program for ramen components. Like, for example, Rename Card can mail James Groening his void noodles, his noodles that lack seasoning, and James Groening can take those noodles and manually season them. And then James Groening can in turn mail Rename Card his unused seasoning packets. You see? So it creates this, like, this barter economic. And then all we have to worry about is how to pay for postage. But, you know, by then it's probably the apocalypse and we'll just have, like, people on, like, cyborg horses, right? They can just make runs back and forth. They'll probably be cyborgs too, so, you know, who knows? They might be, like, autotrophic. They won't need anything. What do you guys think? Do you see the beauty of my plan here? It's all coalescing. Coming together. We find it copacetic. Give me all your noodles. Give me all your seasons. I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but that was a pretty self-horn tootable plan. Self-horn tooting. Self-auto horn toot worthy. You know what I'm trying to say. Stop being a jerk. I'm just kidding, no one here is being a jerk. That was actually me being a jerk. To myself. Governor, this one's not long enough. Look at these crazy panels. It's all indicative of how crazy Tracy's going. Everything's just... Alright kids, I'm almost done here. It's like, this is boss fight music, and I'm finishing the page, so it's kind of like boss fight panels, right? See where I'm going with that? You love that lighting? Awesome. I'm glad. Sometimes I'm... Especially, like, by the end, you know, like, what's my uptime right now? I don't even know. There's some amount of time that I've been up for. By the end of that, I just don't even know what looks like things anymore. I'm like, does this look like stuff? Help! Seven hours, 11 minutes, and 43 seconds. Alright. And that's after a full day. Running around doing other shit. Shit. Half of that was break? Fuck you, Lindsay's basically asleep. Oh. Oh, James, how you do go on? With your practical joking and your ribbing. I do say, my good sir. Jolly good show. Jolly good. I gotta check this against something else. The first. Yeah, okay. I feel like these match up tonally. And color-wise. This is a weird panel. Hungover raccoon POV. Does that come across? We've all had mornings like this. Picking Tracy's nose. Yeah. Arr. Dude, what? Wait. What? Did you say rim? Because rimming is something different. No sleep, where's... no sleep. Where's the will, the dedication? Did you say ribbing? Who said ribbing? Are we talking about rimming? The panels come across well? Cool, thanks. But seriously, who said anything about rimming? Did I say rimming? Must be tireder than I thought. Jayel said I was rimming him, but the word he used was ribbing? No, he said I was rimming. Ah, fuck. James, stop rimming me. I can't concentrate. I can't art when you're rimming me like that. Look at Nicola, he's such a cute little guy. He's so much sweeter than our cat. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, I think I'm done. I think I have accomplished my mission for the night. And Photoshop crashes and doesn't save any of it. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, Jayel, you're not my type, at least not till Saturday. Hey! Poor cat. Interestinger and interestinger. Okay, so you guys want to see what I have so far of Tracy Queen? This is page 1. These are all pages that I've done on stream. This is my first Tracy Queen page that I streamed. The wall of butts. The butt wall. Page 2. Senpai, no. Now you're just teasing me. I don't know if you guys can actually read this text or not, because I don't know how clear it is on my OBS. Page 3. You guys are getting special sneak peek preview. Doing some of like the first person style, you know, stuff in there for funs. Lindsay Lag has 19,845 Dre coins. Lindsay Lag is an 8th the Nation dragon. Damn. Insider trading calling the Twitch popo. Damn, Lindsay. What I should do is have someone on Discord reading this out loud right now. The only kind of Drakes, James. You know. Okay, you know what I just realized? The chat is actually in front of, like, the page. So I'm, like, zooming in on this so you can read it, but, like, probably can't really read it very well, can you? So, you get Drake bonuses, Drake coin bonuses for every time you host. You get bonuses for every time you raid. You get bonuses for follow, and you get bonuses for every minute that you watch my stream. You get Drakes. So anyone that's like rated me a bunch of times will have more Drakes than someone who's just watched. Anyone who hosts me every time they're watching will have more Drakes than someone who's just watched. And anyone who's tipped will get extra Drakes, bonus for tipping. And anyone that is a Anyone who is a Patreon subscriber gets extra drakes per minute and a bonus for signing on. Quality of rimming isn't cheap. Also, Finn. Nice. Looks good, man. Yep, going with your old tagline. Good. Sweet. It's a great sign. I dig it. Is that just on brown paper? It's very cool. I almost want to say that I think it's better that you didn't get it printed, that you did it by hand. I feel like that speaks more to you as an artist. Like that's more your thing, is the fact that you do a lot of things by hand that a lot of people wouldn't. And I think that that's, doing things digitally or doing things traditionally, I don't think one is better than the other, but I think a lot of people these days can't do as much traditionally, and I think when you can, using that as a strength and showing it off is awesome. I really respect it. Am I boring you all to death with this show and tell here? Not really telling, I'm just kind of showing. This is page 7. And then this is page 8, which is the last page that will be in the first anthology. Then page 9 will be the first page of Tracy Queen in the second anthology. Nah, dude. Nah, you don't care? Nah, I'm wasting your time? Or nah, I'm not wasting your time? To reduce my rim rates? I don't know, man. I mean, I can give you any amount of Dracoin bonus at any time, just because I want to. I could give you like 52 million Dracoins. And I'm going to figure out some basic maths on like average Dracoins per user, and that's something that I'm just waiting a little while to get a little more data collected on. And I'm gonna figure out something comfortable as an incentive to allow people to purchase commissions with Dracoins. So on like live streams, Rename Card likes the green borders. Cool, thanks. Yeah, the green and yellow are kind of like Tracy's colors. Like her armor is green and yellow, and well, they become her colors. They're not really yet. Right now, it's kind of like blue and green. But the green and yellow is like becomes more and more her motif. How do I get one more than Lynn's? I think I'll have to send you that in a direct message or a whisper. I don't want to get kicked off Twitch just yet. You know, when I do finally get kicked off Twitch, it's gonna be a grand fucking finale, you know? So, Lindsay, by the way, she wrote all this, even, like, described the panels and, you know, like, what's being seen in the panels. Some of it I had to be like, hey, from a design perspective, Lindsay, it's really hard to show this and this in one panel. Can I break it up into 2 panels? Or, you know, things like that. But for the most part, all of these panels, you know, she wrote into the script what would be in the panels, and she wrote the text. You know, this is her story. And I'm illustrating it, and it's a fucking ton of fun. It's a load off of me to just be like illustrating something that someone else came up with, and Lindsay is really good, so, and really funny. Fight dirty, bro. Alright, so this will be the first page of Tracy Queen's installment in the second anthology. So there's 8 pages in each anthology, right? And there's also going to be like 8 pages of pack in each anthology. We're working with another artist who's writing his own story called Giant Warrior Angel Lomac, and there will be 8 pages of Lomac in each anthology. So I mean, you know, like for example, Tracy Queen, the first issue of Tracy Queen is 32 pages long. 36 pages long. But for the anthologies, we're just breaking it up into 8-page installments. The first issue of Pack is 24 pages long, but we're breaking it up into 8-page installments. So for these anthologies, you know, like, the story can be however long. You know, and there's 7 issues of Pack and like, what, 6 issues of Tracy Queen? You know, these stories can be however long they are, or some of the stories in these anthologies are just going to be 8-page long stories, and that's it. Like, there might not be a part 2, it might just be a story that is contained within 8 pages. So that's like our goal, though, is to like, just have a collection of 8-page stories for each anthology. Some of them will be continued, and some of them will finish after 8 pages. Some of them might finish after the second installment, you know, maybe a 16-page long story. And that depends on the writer, the, you know, whoever's working on that story. So a lot of this setup here is, you know, it's making, I think, like, equations of things that Tracy's going on in this point in her life that will be kind of repeated memes in different ways in different segments of her life. But this is all still like character development. You're just getting to know her and just getting to know Nicola. And they're the main characters, of course. was a little flashback several weeks earlier. So I tried to give the flashback like levels of flashback, like how long ago in time it was. So this is like a little more sepia, but not like quite, you know, it's not black and white. It's not like totally sepia. It's just like a little sort of, you know, several weeks ago. So it's like kind of sepia-ish, kind of flashbacky, you know. And this panel is just like crazy. I don't know, like I would love to like redraw it large as like a double page spread or something, or just like a horizontal tabloid. But yeah, I drew it. It's a small panel, but I have a lot going on in it, and it was a lot of fun. That ass. It's her best asset. Asset. Get it? Lindsay, when you wrote it up, did you make mention to give Tracy all the junk in the trunk, or was that Jayel's edition? I mean, we did talk about it. She might actually be based on a real person. His idea, I guess. Yeah. I mean, she is kind of, you know, probably the type of person that does like 500 squats a day. You know, like she's a fucking ninja warrior. You don't do 500 squats a day and not have a fantastic double dome, you know. Anyone you can introduce me to? Huh, actually, maybe. Just maybe James Groening would be the person. But nah. But maybe. You might end up like this guy, though. If you're okay with that, you know, if that's a risk you're willing to take. This is, you know, back to that night where they're still talking. She's holding her side where she was wounded in this panel. So there's some, like, connection there between her flashback and what's currently going on. Oh my god, haha! I'm a gambling man. But they have very different butts. Well, not very different. I mean, maybe voluminously different. Voluminously? Fuck, that's a hard word. I talk's real good. Yeah, I have to do this. I have to make a counter. A talks good counter. And every time I talks real good, Ahmad can just like type in, you know, exclamation mark talked good. And it'll just say like, Jayel Draco has talked real good 37 times. Pretty different. Yeah, well. Again, add 500 squats a day and it would be the same. So I guess I'll be going. Gotta do, you know, raccoon stuff. Nicola, I may have secrets, but I'm trustworthy. I think you have secrets too. I can tell from the way you broke in and did all those drugs and the way you talk that you have some serious issues. You should stay here for a while. I'd like to help you with those. That is, if you're looking for a place to stay. Well, yeah. I am. Squee! Let's be roommates! I guess. Stunning and badass and brilliant. Sounds like my kind of lady. Oh, and then this is getting into pages that are not yet lettered. Lettered is the word. But this is a flash forward. So this is later, after Nicola and Tracy have known each other for a long time. So it goes from her, like, you know, super drunkenly, like, glomming on him, and him being all freaked out by it, to, like, him being her second in command on a battlefield with an army of cyborg clones behind them. And they're talking, but you don't know what they're saying yet. You gotta read. When you buy that second anthology, you'll know. Now, I don't know. When I get these lettered, I'll probably go through it again on a stream sometime. But I tell you, the dialogue here is riveting. Yes! The Army of Donk Pages. In June I'll be here except the 15th to the 19th. We'll be in DC for a convention. Dude, you should come to MissCon, the Missoula Con. You can stay with us. We got a freaking futon that pulls out into like a full-size bed. Or we have an air mattress that we can put in the office. Do it. I know, MizCon is like probably too small for you. Your big fucking deal, James Crowling. Big freaking deal. I might be with Lindsay depending on how things go with clients between now and then. You'd be like a god here in Missoula. Well, there are some pretty big dogs in Missoula, it's weird. Jayel should tag along, how else is he getting the rim action? You're not my only source, James. Oh yeah, so this is the next day after, you know, Nicola agrees sort of to be Tracy's roommate. He wakes up and is just taking in the carnage. Tracy is snoring, but her alarm starts going off as Nicola is trying to sneak out. And she jumps up, all ready to fucking attack. And Nicola's like, oh god, it's the phone over there, don't kill me! And she's like, what? Oh, huh, you're right. And she picks up the phone and turns off the alarm. Walks over to the window. And is like, what the fuck? And she has her moment all, you know, momenty. Then she comes back and starts thinking about heavy shit, and she's all feeling heavy, and Nicola's like, I want to leave, but I feel kind of bad. Oh god damn it, I guess I'll go comfort her, you know, and does the thing. Climbs up all cute, because he's a fucking raccoon, and everything he does is cute. And, you know, they have their words, and then she gets all like, blah, 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 I will destroy worlds! When is MizCon? MizCon is Memorial Day weekend. Oh, Jayel has a waiting list. Jayel has a waiting list. She's so dramatic. I'll be getting back from Detroit. The prior weeks are not likely, but we'll see how it goes. Cool. Yeah, I mean, you can look it up online. It's pretty cool. So, yeah. So that brings me to this, which is the final page that I did this evening. And, you know, in all honesty, I feel pretty good about it. Maybe I'll look at it tomorrow morning and be like, what the fuck did I do? Why do I... God damn it! and I'll just hate it, you know? It happens. But that's cool, that's like part of art, right? But no, seriously, you guys kept me entertained enough that I was able to just like zone out. The little mouse hand on her chin. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Save! Oh. Oh yeah, good point. Oh wait, no, I think I saved. Okay. Yes, this is all saved. In fact, I'm done photoshopping. I was just showing you guys the final results. Thanks. I'm so glad you like it. Yeah. So I think that's a wrap on this. And so Tuesday, I'm gonna be going. You know, my next week, Tuesday and Thursday, will be Children of Gaia: War and Horses, which is a western. Sort of, so to speak, and I can give you guys a little bit of a teaser on that if you want. If anyone wants to see that, I can just dig up like the couple of pieces that I've done for it so far. You know what? I'm gonna fucking do it anyway. If you don't want to see it, don't look. It's not my fault. So this is... Did someone just uptime me? Is that what that howl was? Alright, so this is one of the images from Children of Gaia: War and Horses. And so this book is being written from the perspective of a character in Children of Gaia who is a Terran journalist in the People's Republic of Draven. And he's following a government assassin as kind of a sensationalist, like, propaganda piece to make it out like this guy's a good guy and all the bad guys that he's killing are such dicks, and he's being paid, like, by a government agent to track this hitman and sensationalize his doings. And he doesn't really know who his clients are. He just thinks, oh, I'm such a good journalist. People are paying me to go journalism-ness, you know, like... So he's just going and following this story. But really, like, in the main story, this character is kind of a... He's kind of a shill, you know? He's kind of being hired to write a propaganda piece for a government assassin. So these are images that he's going to have in this book, War and Horses, which some of these photos will be photos that he himself, this character Landon Ford, some of the photos he himself took. There will also be sketches that he did, and there'll be photos that he bought off of other people of things he wasn't there for. Like, he shows up in town and he's interviewing people and finds out about this gunfight where this character died. And he talks to someone else and says, hey, do you know where I could get a photo of that guy? And then he buys a photo off of someone. So, like, I'm illustrating this as if they're, like, you know, pretend old-fashioned photos. Like, you know, glass plate, whatever. So, wait, 2 versions of this, right. So this is the Draven Republic Army, just like a commander and his troops and one of their horses. This world's version of horses, and in the background is that is Urobrax, which is a volcano on. It's kind of like this huge geological fixture that is just something you can see from Draven. So of course, like, you know, a photographer would always try to get that in the background whenever they can. This is Landon Ford, he's the photographer, the journalist. So this is his, like, selfie. You know, he probably, like, put up a big mirror and photographed it in a mirror. And he's a city slicker in this, like, country town. Totally out of his element, and totally a dick in a way. Like, he's a nice, maybe he's a cool guy, And he thinks he's cool because he has all this, like, city learning, but he's also, like, in the country, like, around people he completely does not understand and totally judges. So, kinda makes him a dick. This is, Mickey Cobb, who's one of the governor's henchmen. And the story centers around this governor who used to be a lord in the House of Draven when it was part of an empire. And the House of Draven, there was a rebellion and a civil war, and it became the People's Republic of Draven. But a lot of these old lords, like, actually kind of became part of this newly installed republic and are still acting like lords, even though, like, you know, this dude's like a governor and he's acting like a lord, and it's still like a feudal serfdom out in the country, you know. And Mickey Cobb is just a gross dude who works for the governor. And the assassin, the main character, Triggerman, that's the character that the journalist Langdon Ford is following, kills this guy along with a bunch of other dudes. I mean, he's a body bag waiting to be filled. That is Langdon Ford in a nutshell. In fact, I think that's a quote somewhere. I think it's quote 5. How do we do that? So, 4 hours of work, not a bad night. No, I'm just howling. Oh, fuck you, James. Right, because the other 3 hours and 47 minutes were me on break. You don't know what I was doing on break. I might have been digging ditches. No, I can't spell. I'm fucking exhausted and I can't see shit. Wait, did I spell quote wrong? Is that what happened? Wait, why did it work for you? Seriously, it worked for you but not for me? Did you spell it differently? Oh, quote. G's and Q's, you know, fuck 'em. Fucking G's and Q's. So anywho, look at that bottle, huh? Do you want to drink whatever he's got in there? Bet you do. It's just some references. You know, good stuff. James, what do you think this guy's name is, and what do you think his likes and dislikes are? Do we not have a quote too? Cooldowns are... Oh my. Yeah, I didn't... Oh yeah, there's a... What? A 10-minute cooldown? That's absurd. Wait, is cooldown in minutes or seconds? So the idea of cooldown is that if you have a bunch of people doing it, it doesn't just like spam the chat. But I think I'm gonna turn that cooldown like off for quotes, like whatever, that's dumb. Alright, so should be fixed now. Let's try that. What is quote 2? I have no idea. Ha! Don't make me thank you kindly. That smile plugin? Smile plugin? Cole Maddie. Oh, alas, Pink has gone to sleep. Pink has gone the way of the dodo. To sleep. So, yeah, on Tuesday night, I'll be doing another one of these, photo plate style illustrations for War and Horses. And just for funsies, I got a little, you know, I think I might have told you guys earlier, but I got a little 6-shooter, like a cap gun, and I antiqued it, and I made a little quick draw holster. I got my vest and my little badge and my cowboy hat. It'd be fun stuff, you know? I like to, like, method act and get really into these stories, so working on a western, I gotta be all westerny, you know, like, working on Pack, I wanna be all, like, vigilante, like, you know what I mean? Just go too far. That was likely Jayel. That was probably, so, 214, that was my Tracy Queen Valentine's Day stream. I wonder if that was the stream that I was sick and on Dayquil and really fucked up from it. That might have been what that was about. So, and then someone, I think it was Pink actually, who suggested, like, oh, you know what would be really good? A hot toddy. And I was like, yeah, that's a great idea. And like, you know, I was on enough Dayquil, like, the regular, you know, amount that it says to take. Like, I wasn't, like, overdoing it or anything, but it just, you know, some people get hit really hard by that shit and some people don't. I'm one of those people that gets hit really hard by it. And so, like, I was like, that's a great idea. So I had a hot toddy and, like, it just fucked me up so bad. I was just like, where am I? You know, it was like the craziest stream ever. And I have a feeling, if I remember right, that that's what that quote was from. Alright, well, so now you guys know what I'm doing next week. War and Horses. You saw what I did this week. These 2 pages of Tracy Queen. Which, actually, so cool, I just finished last week page 15 and 16 of Pack, and this week I finished page 15 and 16 of Tracy Queen. So now I have 4 unlettered pages of Pack and 4 unlettered pages of Tracy Queen. And the deal I have worked out with my letterer is that I'll send her 8 pages at a time. So that this way I'm paying her for 8 pages and she's just sitting down to do 8 pages in a day's work, you know, rather than me sending her like 1 page at a time. That's just kind of annoying, you know, it's like a dribble of work. So now I have 8 pages saved up, and after tonight I can send these out to get lettered, and that'll be great. I'm super excited. So it'll be this page, this page, this page, and this page will be getting lettered alongside these marvelous pages from Pack, which I'll show you right now. I don't know why, I just feel like doing a little like review on stream. I feel like it helps me to like get my bearings, you know? And hopefully, you know, at least a few of you are interested in this kind of shit. So then my unlettered Pack pages. Which hopefully will be kind of funny. The dialogue here is a bit zingy. That's a story. Dick-eating dragons look like you guys are making me say. Oh, that was a good stream. A short, long, fluffy beard and lips and shit. Okay, so James, I don't know if you saw anything from that. I think I posted some clips on my Discord. But that stream, for some reason, like, I think it was a bean raid, LD bean raided, and Gorbsy and Damien and Onerson got it together to... Oh, you did see the... Wait, were you there for that stream, or you just saw the clips? Because that shit was funny as hell. Oh, man. So, like, you know, I do tip commissions, where, like, anything over $5, I'll draw for a minute, $1, whatever you want. That's just, like, fun, you know? But, like, on my Discord, they were like, okay, so what we're gonna do is, I think the first one was Damien sent Gorbsy a picture of himself, and Gorbsy got onto a Discord call with me, you know, a voice chat, and showed me, or described to me the picture of Damien. So I'm like drawing it like a crime investigator artist, you know, like whatever you call that, you know what I mean. And, you know, Gorbsy is explaining to me what Damien looks like, but also Gorbsy is English as a second language, so like, you know, he's got this wonderful voice and this wonderful accent, but also sometimes like, not sure what the word he's looking for is in, you know, in American English, like, so there's like a little bit of a language barrier, and there's only like 15 minutes to draw it, you know? Oh my god, it was so absurd. And then, I think, then Damien described a photo of Gorbsy to me that I had to draw. And I think Gorbsy described a photo of Onerson. It was really fun. It was like so crazy. So that's where that quote comes from. Medium rare eyebrows, and has a short, long, fluffy beard and lips and shit. Like, what? So yeah, these are my last few pages from Pack, which will also be getting, I guess sometime, probably soon, over this weekend maybe, we'll be getting lettered. You can see there's very different style, like, all this like grit and, you know, texture and stuff, but they're still, you know, within the same realm. It's the first time I've shown the dogs in a little while, which really they're like supposed to be kind of the main characters, but these last few pages have focused more on James and what's going on in the precinct. And James's conversation with patients. Ongoing. And in the background, outside, walks by Tracy Queen with her cyborg clones in disguise. And she disguises them by giving them her extra clothes from her closet. Totally can't tell that that's a cyborg, because look at that disguise, right? Not good at isolating wiggles. Damn, how many quotes do I have? That's gotta be it, right? Yeah, I think 10 is the last quote. Y'all mods are slacking. And some quotes and shit. That's it. Yep. Yeah, that's it. Alright, no more quotes. So here is Tracy Queen's guest appearance in the background of Pack. Well, with that, so I kind of, you know, I think I just pretty fairly reviewed what's been going on in both worlds. and what I'm doing in my stream next week. And for anyone just popping by, so yeah, what I do is I'll do 1 week of Tracy Queen, then 1 week of Children of Gaia, whatever current story is in Children of Gaia, and then 1 week of Pack, and then come back to Tracy Queen the next week. And I stream every Tuesday and Thursday night, starting at 5:30 Mountain Standard Time. That's 7:30 Eastern Standard, 4:30 Pacific Standard. Yeah, and that's my stuffs. Alright, I think I am calling it a night. It's definitely been a night of work and banter and fun, and you guys are awesome. And I hope you all have a great night. Peace out, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I really do. I mean, like, there's so many other things you could be doing right now. Good night, hombre. Oh, it was my pleasure. Yep, my pleasure. See you next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Good night, chat.